Pegging is good.
Yeah, it is.
Alright, what do we got? Alright, we don't have the 100 Bullwark remaining to unlock class yet, so we still need to do Bullwark. This guy does offer the ability to get goo, and goo can provide Bullwark. So maybe we'll do that. Oh yeah, pegging live on stream. I mean, not pegging, but that one woman did get fucked live on stream and then have her account terminated, even though she was not visibly having sex. Because you could see the silhouette of the guy in the window in the reflection, which is, like, the funniest fucking shit, man. Don't fuck on stream on Twitch. There's websites for that. You can do it. Walls and bottom bouncers are extra bouncy. I mean, are we just describing Tilfin's viewers? Bottom bouncers extra bouncy? Ooh, chest right at the beginning. Let's go. Hold on, let me see this map. What are we working with? I saw that this map is, like, identical to how, like, Slay the Spire operates, and I've never been more confused about how Slay the Spire plays. I've had Slay the Spire installed for, like, 3 years, and I've never played it once. I genuinely don't think I understand how Slay the Spire plays, despite the fact that NL played it for, like, hundreds of hours. I've never watched him play it. I've never played Slay the Spire. So, like, when I saw that the map was, like, the same thing, I was like, what the fuck? Why does it look like Peglin? Play it, it's great. I'm not a huge fan of card deck builder games, you know? I had my time in the sun playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And cheating. I would rather have 500 beers. I pinky promise I'm not drunk. There's a lot of precedent added in that sentence. Mostly the implication that there is another option than 500 beers. than something else. We have no other choice. You just said I would rather have 500 beers. Alright, we gotta get rid of our rocks. We need to upgrade our slimes. And we need to be getting Bullwark slimes. You bitch. Alright, it worked. Never mind. Oh, the unlimited bacon or no games. You would rather have 500 beers? I mean, fair enough. Ooh, just a straight 1-1. Let's go. What the fuck is wrong with you? What do you mean? There's so many games! Do you see the sheer amount of games that I play? Like, there's so many, man. Slay the Spire is an important game. Important how? Like, culturally or, like, revolutionarily? The Slay the Spire 2 when? I mean, when it comes out, right? It's a staple in roguelikes. I think that's called The Binding of Isaac, actually.
Beans is sleeping.
Do you see the listen, I said the this is how the Slay the Spire works thing earlier. You missed it. I already talked about how that's why we're even talking about Slay the Spire. I said, like, Yeah, I saw how Slay the Spire's map looked, and I went, why does it look like Peglin? I've realized that if I ever wanted to do like a VTuber model, I could never have one of those ones where it needs to capture your face and movement. Because half the time my face is not looking even remotely at the camera. And the other half of the time I'm hidden behind a microphone slouched in my computer like a fucking Neanderthal. So I would have to be one of those like PNG guys.
Isn't that what Tilfin is?
Telfin's got one that, like, wobbles around a little. I don't know if that's, like, tracking or if that's something else, but, yeah. A lot of VTubers get, like, a PNG one for whenever they don't want to have to do, like, a camera setup, and I'm just like, I'd be there, like, immediately. Stop hitting me!
I would do the PNG one.
Yeah, Tilfin got an actual model recently.
Ooh.
But it's I think it's just the chibi one, right? Like, they don't have, like, the big, fancy 3D one. Rachel would make bank off VTubing? Yeah, no, she would, because here's the thing. Rachel has the perfect combination of easily scared in video games, screaming constantly, and then also talking about vulgar topics, which people love to hear women talk about for some reason.
Alright, give me a computer that I could VTuber on. Let's go.
You probably could
Let's
on
do
your
this.
current one if you just played small games. But then the question is, would you rather have unlimited bacon but no games, or unlimited games but no games?
I don't know what that means.
It's like an old Schlatt quote. The real issue is actually just creating assets. Like a full, like, you know, like those really nice VTuber rigs where it's like all 2D, but when they turn it still looks 3D? That shit costs like $2,000.
Yeah, well, guess what? I just wouldn't do that at first.
Most people don't, but some people have like an agency behind them.
I would do the PNG version, and then once if I ever got to enough people
to fight the... Anyway.
watching my horrible content, I would then be like, cool, you guys are gonna fund me getting something better.
Literally, like, all you would need to do is make either a cute or horrifying woman, and then people would be like, sick.
Yeah, my weird vintage
Hollywood fucking centipede
centipede
woman, yeah.
mom.
I still think that the big brain part of it, the like 5D chess move, is the fact that you could call the audience a clutch, and a clutch is a type of bag.
Yeah.
So it keeps the connective tissue there. Don't say pay pigs. That's a different thing.
Who said that?
Neo.
Oh god. I can never tell anymore.
Would you rather have 500 terrible puns or 500 more terrible puns, but by Noid? Who else would say it? Listen, that's the rare time where what you said could sync up with Shepard. I can totally see Shepard using the term pay pig. Also, I hate the term pay pig. He doesn't understand financial domination.
Yeah, he's been destroyed.
I don't think that Shepard has been... Well, he did say about the gaycation, but I think he was just memeing. Although, I think that the people that Shepard knows have been on gaycation. I can see him say it, but he wouldn't have spelled it right. That's, you know, that's fair.
Yeah, because Shepard can't spell anything correctly.
Orbosit reaction? What the fuck does this mean? Did Peglin add a shepherd spelling item? Like, sets a path when fired. The next orb fires a copy of itself in that direction. What? I heard gaycation. Don't worry about it.
Who said that?
Desmond.
Oh.
First gets +10. Can target any enemy. We'll just upgrade our orbs.
I feel like I would solve all of the problems if I just opened up your stream. Like a good supporting.
Yeah, the times that you open up the stream are so random. It's like deal 7 times that amount to enemies? Yes.
This is gonna be horrible, but the only time I ever open up your stream is when we're playing lethal, so I can see when you've died. Like, oh, he's dead.
Which is like the wrong reason. I don't want to miss it again. Listen, I have more gaycation Reddit threads that I've found, but they all are almost certainly written by the same person on like alternate accounts.
It's gotta be like that. It's just that person's fetish.
Here's the thing. I really want to know if that person is a guy or a girl. I really want to know if it's a woman who's like, my fetish is my husband cheating on me with men, or if it's a guy who fantasizes about cheating on his wife.
With men.
Yeah. But it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Why not both? I mean, it could be both. I mean, like, swingers are a thing. I'm sure that there are swingers that enjoy the concept in both directions. I don't think either has a wife or spouse. You don't know.
I was gonna say something, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it on your stream.
Oh. I mean, you can always send
About swingers. About swingers.
Yeah, you can always send it to me as like a message. I don't fucking know. Swingers exist. Boom. I was gonna make a joke and say like maybe Shepard's family should have been swingers, so they would have been using protection. Why was that such a thing in like the 70s and the 80s?
No, my you know what? I'm just gonna come out and say it. Why is it? Because I like the concept. I like the concept of swingers. Right?
Yeah.
I could never do it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's a completely. I think that's a completely normal statement.
Occasionally, if I'm in like a mood in which I need to relieve myself, it's like, you know what? That sounds like a good time. Okay, like I will watch.
But then
a video.
You think about
Why?
it and you're just like, nah.
No. It's like I want to watch a video of it. I don't want to.
Well, we've established that you have like a weirdly voyeuristic personality.
So what I was getting at, right? I don't know what that means. What I was getting at is
It's a psyop to introduce the gaycation into the new sphere of Western collective man.
I get tired that every time I go to like, and perhaps this is just a me problem, whenever I go to watch content that is like about like swingers, it's always like really attractive skinny people. I'm like, I want to just watch two like 50-year-old people going at it with other like another 50-year-old couple. Why are all of these swingers just hot 20-year-olds? I want old men and old women fucking.
So here's the really funny reality of it. The average one in real life is. The average one recording it isn't. Because every single post that you will see from people talking about that lifestyle will be like, why is it so many middle-aged ugly people? Gotta get the right tags. The problem with that is, like, if we're using hentai tags here, right? Like, unironically, Rachel would be, like, clicking ugly bastard, like, 50% of the time.
I love ugly bastard
and the
hentai.
thing is, it doesn't need to be ugly, like, the fat, traditional one. It could be, like, a skinny, scary-looking guy. And then the other 50% of the time, she would be, like, tagging, like, muscular woman.
Listen.
Doesn't need to be Noid, it can be Shepard. No, it can't be Shepard. She doesn't find Shepard attractive.
I do not find Shepard attractive at all.
No, it's like, when I'm saying, like, ugly bastard and then thin and scary, it's like, think of, like, a vampire. like, not a real human. Think of, like, when they're, like, unreasonably spindly and they've got the scary fingers. I know Rachel's types. Rachel's into weird, scary men. If they're just a thin, lanky dork, then she's just like, eh.
Honestly, thin, lanky dorks are, like, at the bottom of my list. Give me them fat men. Give me them fat bastards.
You're just sitting there and you're like, I know he's not as fat as he looks because it's mostly just suits and the fact he hunches. But, like, Ian McShane. Every time.
Oh, God. Ian McShane is, like, perhaps the sexiest man on earth to me.
I do love when people embarrass themselves by publicly doing like a hentai tag tier list. Because it's always like the most fucked up shit you've ever thought of. And it's like, yeah, fair. That tree's gonna fuck you up. It might fuck me up. Well, you know what? Never mind. It killed itself, actually.
Everyone out there loves, like, their Chris Hemsworths and their, I don't know, their other
they're Liam Hemsworths.
They're Liam Hemsworths, whatever the fuck, and here I am.
Liam Hemsworth. I mean, they know him.
Here I am. Here I am, going, give me that fat old man.
Here I am, rock me like a hurricane. They're Tom Hardy's. Tom Hardy's interesting, though, because Tom Hardy has become more attractive over time. Young Tom Hardy was a fucking, like, pale, pasty little twink. And then over time, he's gotten ripped. And everybody thinks he's, like, 6'4", but he's actually my height. And he might actually be shorter than me.
Tom Hardy is
When I found out he was normal-sized, I was baffled. I thought he was huge.
Tom Hardy is only sexy and, like, attractive in the way that, like I only
you want him when he looks at his worst.
I want him when he's, like, you know, like in, like, the first Venom movie when he's sweaty and dirty. Like, that's what I want.
You want Tom Hardy when he's like Alfie Solomon from fucking Peaky Blinders, where he's grimy and he's weird and he's scary. And you don't want him when he's Shinzon and he looks like a fucking twink elf in Star Trek.
No, I want this motherfucker being grimy and dirty and like looking like he probably could use a shower.
For real though, like, Neo, look up Tom Hardy in Star Trek The Next Generation's movie and you're gonna be like, how is this the same man? He played a fucking Romulan clone of Jean-Luc Picard. They literally made him a dark elf French twink. It's incredible.
Oh, what's his name? I only think he's hot in American Gods. He's the guy with the sledgehammer and like the Russian accent and like the receding hairline.
Peter Stormare.
Yeah, Peter Stormare's hot. What is his name?
No. You also think he's hot in Constantine because I showed you him in Constantine, and that was when he was Lucifer and he was all slimy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's also hot then. So Van Helsing's Dracula.
That's the one that's always wild to me because he actually just looks really dirty.
Van Helsing's Dracula is so fine. What's his face? He's the Green Goblin in
Willem Dafoe.
I know people think he looks weird, but that's kind of what makes him hot.
That's a pretty normal take, honestly. Like, it's weird, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's normal for internet dwellers. He's also just, in real life, he is just a very confident, very happy man, and I think that appeals to a lot of people.
He's apparently built like a fucking He's got a dick like a horse.
Yeah, they had to hide it in the movie because it kept embarrassing people. Dude, I'm not getting any fucking Bullwark. What the fuck is going on? I'm getting scammed here, guys. Like, wait, I gotta see this. Yeah,
His dick is huge.
there was a movie that he was in where they had to use a fake penis that was smaller than his real one because Willem Dafoe has a big dick. That's one of those things I've never understood people bragging about personally.
What, big dicks?
Yeah, because it's like, I don't know, maybe because I've been exposed to enough people being like, it's a pain in the ass to deal with on both sides of the gender spectrum, where I'm just like, it doesn't feel like something you brag about, it more feels like something you're just like, hey, this is neat. You know what I mean?
I only prefer, like, large PPs on men because I am a fat woman.
Well, also
and
because
if you
have the weird thing of I want to watch people with, like, size difference.
Yeah, like a skinny, tiny, petite woman fucking a big dick is just really hot to me. But, it's like you need to be, like, of a decent size just because I have this thing called a giant ass. And, like, certain positions can't be, like, done if you have, like, a 4-incher, you know?
Can I get a fucking Bullwark? I'm gonna lose my mind. I came in here with a build in mind, and they're like, no. If it's an 8, it's too small for Kate. Who is that? Who is Kate in this instance? Also, if it is too small at 8, that person is an impressive person. The average human is not built for that.
Yeah, like, I don't want to be one of those people, but typically...
There's a reason
like,
why humans have developed to be average size. It's because the other human is average size.
Yeah.
Are you talking about 8-foot tall people again? If so, yes. 8-foot tall people can have as big as you want. Because they're freaks.
Delicious.
Like if you're gonna
say,
draw an orc and you're gonna make them like 8 feet tall, like yeah, you can give them like a fucking 14-inch dick. That's fine.
Honestly, I'd be offended if you didn't.
Well, no, here's the thing. If somebody didn't, and then their rationale was because they're built like gorillas, I would think that's pretty funny, because despite the fact that gorillas are fucking huge, their penises are tiny.
It's pretty funny.
Well, because realistically, it's always just about, like, does it work? Does it do the job, right? And if it does the job, why change it? Evolution doesn't need to fix that.
It's one of the things, it's one of the reasons why, like, maybe it's just a me thing, but, like, in, like, 14, when people are like, my female character has a penis and it's the size of a horse's, and I'm like, give me just a chick with, like, a...
Nobody said that you did, Neo. We're just adding to the conversation to keep it on topic.
Yeah, Neo, we're not attacking you. I don't know what you're saying.
If we're talking about 8-foot tall women, I mean, like, they're gonna be able to, like, take a forearm.
Depending.
I mean, if they're like Lady D, but she's also viciously a lesbian.
So delicious. So you mean I have a chance with Lady Dimitrescu?
You have a better chance than most people, yes.
Fantastic.
I mean, she still might eat you.
Good.
I mean, I don't know, Vor's not on my menu. Like, let's just put it that way.
Vor's not on my menu, but if this woman was like, I'm gonna eat you, I'm like, either I'm gonna die, which, like, cool, or, like, I'm gonna get eaten in the good way, which, like, cool.
I mean, it can be both.
Even better, honestly.
Also, Shepard is here. Hello.
Hey, Shepard.
You could, but you'd get pegged. I don't think Lady Dimitrescu is into pegging guys. And if she is, it's gonna be, like, to kill you. But she also does have, like, the virgin bleeding room, so that exists.
I'd fuck Lady Dimitrescu. Let me rephrase that. She would fuck me. That woman is a dominant woman.
Don't crush my dreams. Desmond, you just need to be introduced to the character that we were talking to Tucker about yesterday, where it's just a fucking 6.5 foot tall woman, but she's like a big hyena creature.
Oh yeah, because
My ex may or may not have switched on me, but no man's may her nut more than me. Shepherd, I hate you.
Also, I don't think you can call a female orgasm nutting.
And it was then he accidentally unveiled they were trans.
I get it.
I mean, I'm joking, but it would be pretty funny if it was like that. Just by complete accident.
I would date a trans person.
Yeah. I mean, like... Right now, it's probably not a good look in the United States.
Yeah.
Shepard, I'm signing you up to the Canadian military. Well, that's how he's gonna go on the gaycation. He's gonna become a war queer.
A what?
Oh, have you not seen that image?
No!
So there's like a really old image that's been circulating on the internet, and Poster redug it up. And it's like the types of queer. And it's about different kinds of gay men. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab it.
Like, is this a situation where I should be offended?
Given the era, yes, but also no, because it is a book documenting types of gay men. You have the types of homosexual, the bisexual, the married man, upper class, middle class, and working class, the demoralized married man, the young bisexual, the self-isolated homosexual, the fully sublimated homosexual or bisexual, the homosexual prostitute, the young volunteer, callboy, cottage type, club and pub prostitute, and the roller, sugar daddies, married homosexual partners with married in quotes, the pub type, the club type, the homosexual quote friend, the prison queer, the ship's queer, the war queer, the homosexual alcoholic, the quote guilty homosexual, and the religious homosexual.
What?
Don't worry about it. Why does this exist? Cause like the 1800s through the like late 1900s were full of people trying to categorize gays. Both gays and also straights. I'm 0% of these. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Some of us don't exist on that spectrum, you know? I wondered what type of gay my eldest bro is. I don't know what's their job, because, like, they might be, like, middle class. People told me you can't be a drunk or drug addict if you're gay because it's culture. No, that's a lie. That's alcoholics trying to convince you of a lie. Like, that's an absurd sentence. It's, no, dude, you don't understand. It's gay culture that I have to do blow. Holy shit.
Who said that?
It was Shepard.
Shepard?
Like, don't get me wrong, a lot of gay city culture is based heavily in drug use, but that's like sitting there and being like, you can't be an alcoholic if you're like a frat bro because it's, you know, frat culture to drink. Explains why my bro broke up with his last BF. Yeah, I mean, if your brother is like, I don't want to date a drug user, and then is dating a drug user, he's gonna break up with the drug user. Shockingly.
But some of the things that you question, I can never tell if it's satire or not.
Bro was an art student putting everything in his nose. You know what? That's not gay culture, that's just artist
That's just
culture.
art culture. That's just art culture at that point. I don't know what you're talking about.
For some reason, artists and, like, drug abuse go hand in hand. Like, for all of history. It's crazy. I liked him, sadly. Nice guy. I mean, people can be a nice guy and a drug addict. Like, those are not mutually exclusive concepts. Ow.
Yeah, nicest person I ever knew was the, like, back in, like, my old, like, apartment days, it was the fucking lady across the hall that would, like, occasionally feed me, but was definitely doing heroin.
Also, I wouldn't say psychedelics are mandatory for the arts, but I would say that psychedelics being used by artists is a way higher threshold. Just don't reject from the art school. Listen, I don't think that we have to worry about too many art rejects rising through the ranks in the military and the government right now. Art degree's a good way to just, like, burn, like, $14,000 or more.
Fucking, the girl at work has an art degree, and she's like, I can't do anything with it. I'm like, gee, you wonder why.
So, there's a joke about that for history. And it's that, like, archaeologists and other people in such professions basically exist to teach other people how to do that job.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I think that that's basically like what getting an art degree is. Because if you're a good enough artist that you can teach people, but you're not a good enough artist that you can succeed off of your own art, then, like, what are you doing? And that's not to say that everybody should be. Like, there is a value to being a teacher, right? Obviously. But it is, like, it is a bit of, like, a self-fulfilling prophecy. How dare she want a degree in something she likes? It's more that it's just not going to get you, like, many jobs. If you're going to have an art degree, you need to have, like, a goal in mind that you're going to be, like, striking for. And the problem is a lot of them don't. Good art doesn't always go popular to fund an artist's life. I know that, but that doesn't help you then, is my point. You could have done good art without the degree.
Let me just say this. She has an art degree, a master's in art, or whatever the fuck, right? And she's doing what I do, making less than I do. It's like, what was the point?
And probably making less than you would if you were actually charging money for, like, commissions properly.
No, I mean just not including art. She doesn't draw.
No, that's what I mean, is, like, if she was doing that, you would almost certainly be able to monetize it better. From your previous experiences doing that, you actually can make real money when you really actually put your time towards it. Which is fucked, but, like, it's because you always don't do it to yourself. You just don't ever make money. You go, like, I want to buy, like, a controller. I will draw one nerd's thing. And then just don't do it again. I don't know, I think artists have lost track of how to be artists. Not you, but, like, the ones who actually go to school for it. And I think society has also deemed artists are not dramatically important, because we have those people that are like, I can just AI generate the big tits with this, like, software.
Mm-hmm.
I take money if I could draw. I'm a whore, give me your money. I don't know. Art degree is one of those things where it's like, unless you're going into the field, it's really not going to do anything for you.
Yep.
It's all fun and games till your waifu has 20 index fingers.
What?
True. True and real. Because AI is like really bad at generating hands still. Like even now, they're still bad at doing it. And part of you know what's really funny? Part of the reason why AI is so bad at doing hands is because people are so bad at doing hands.
Yep. Well, because all AI does is just copying art that it's finding. Like.
Yeah, exactly. It's not why at all. I mean, part of it, yeah. Anywhere that's like complex. It's one of the reasons why eyes get really fucked up too. When we're not looking at like humans that are like real humans, but like art drawings. It's like it doesn't need realistic fingers, it needs to look like anime fingers, but it's still fucking them up. Do you think that that guy that gets the commissions of the women with blonde hair deforesting places while buying Wonder Bread is just using AI now?
Pardon?
Do you think that that guy that commissions artists to draw him blonde women buying Wonder Bread and deforesting places is just using AI now?
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh yeah, he's like a notorious person on like DeviantArt and elsewhere. It's incredible. Like if you just type in like blonde woman chainsaw Wonder Bread, you will find so many images.
You know what? I don't think I will.
Yeah, no, they were like notorious around commissioners because like people were just like, what does this do for you? Like, but like they just love industrialism, capitalism, white women, and Wonder Bread.
Get it, I guess, dude.
It's very weird. Is she Dutch? I don't think they're real, as they are drawings. Just throwing that out there. Don't we all? Don't start using shepherdisms. The fuck are you talking about, Shepherd? Are you looking at this guy's weird art?
Know.
Pasta inflicted psychic damage upon me and sent me to the Wonder Bread ladies directly. Incredible.
Pasta doing the Lord's work.
I don't know, I think that's the devil. I'm always really fascinated by paraphilias that are, like, extremely specific. Because, like, I think, like, certain ones, like the people that are into, like, feet are, like, not that weird. It's a human body part. It's an extremity. You know, like, throughout history, people have focused on them and fixated on them in various different ways. Confucians believe that you should be binding feet. Binding feet was very normal for dancers in the past, you know, various different things, right? But, like, I'm really interested when it gets, like, super niche and super specific to the point you're just like, but what's the Wonder Bread doing there? Shepherd, I don't want to hear you talk about feet. Stop. I blame Quentin Tarantino for fetishes. I don't think Quentin Tarantino can be blamed, but I think that he is definitely amongst, like, the cause of a lot of people being awoken to it. It's like, I think he was feeding a market that already existed. But I think that the people that would have been predestined to be interested in that sort of stuff found his work and, like, immediately latched on. Wasn't the fucking showrunner for Fairy Odd Parents into Feet or some shit? Yeah, the Nickelodeon guy was into Feet.
He was into Feet and also Young Women.
There was a period of time where the Nickelodeon sign was a Bigfoot. And also, yeah, there was the Young Women problem. Apparently, the set of iCarly, there's like a bunch of photos where you can see the actor that played Spencer, the older brother,
like getting
in
himself
between
in between
physically, and it's like it's like that's so dark and fucked up, but like it's incredible that you're seeing like historical vestige of a man protecting people from like a pedophile. Well, I guess it would be like an ephebophile, but same thing, you know? It's like this is a man putting himself in the way between a predator and like children.
Yeah.
It's a very dark idea, but it is interesting to think about conceptually. Like there's historical evidence of that.
Apparently he would do it often, too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. If you're on set with the kids that much, you're gonna probably feel protective of them, especially when this fucking weirdo keeps coming around being like, now in the next skit, you're gonna show your feet. Wrap it up. Listen. Sometimes you gotta get into the nitty-gritty. It doesn't make it better. It just makes it more specific. I'm probably off by a few years as to it anyway, because like half the cast of iCarly was like 16 by like the midpoint of the show. Specifics matter, man. That's how you get fucking court cases to work. Yeah, just don't get me hurt. There we go. Oh god, I didn't realize the hell that I was putting myself in by making everything fucking durable. Shepard, what are you talking about? Have we awoken you at like a bad time?
Shepard, do you ever think before you like type?
The bread guy had an actual conversation with the dude online. What? Wait, hold on. Are we on bread guy lore? Wait, oh fuck, big guy? I don't know anything about big night guy. Oh my god, he posted a fucking paragraph.
God.
Tumblr user further down in the thread said he is absolutely not a normal guy with a weird kink. This shit was his life pretty much. He had lots of talk about consumerism, slavery, and capitalism and why they were all good things. Almost to the point of religion to him. He tried talking to me about his commission of a comic, I believe, Asami from Avatar, cutting down a rainforest and industrializing it. Like, weird undertone of loving sandwiches. Oh my god, he was fucking getting Avatar porn commissioned in his fetish. That's incredible. Holy shit. I didn't know about the Avatar one. That's new. That's crazy.
I hate the human race.
That's not enough for me to hate it, but it's definitely crazy. It makes me think of Human Pet Guy a lot.
Human what guy?
His name is Cybersmith. People call him Human Pet Guy because he doesn't like it. Because he's like, why is it ethically wrong if a person consents to being a human pet and having their arms and legs amputated to be stumps so that way they can walk around like a dog on a leash fully naked? Would it be unethical for me to bring my human pet into a restaurant and have them sit next to me while I eat? Blah, 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 blah. And people are like, Cybersmith, what the fuck are you talking about? So now everybody's like, he's Human Pet Guy.
That's a little fucky.
Wait, yeah, show Rachel the image you sent me of Cybersmith. Yes, I need to do that actually, because he posted a picture of himself, and it is incredible. I shouldn't make fun of people based on how they look. But steampunk Peter Griffin was not what I expected. I will send this on Discord to you. There you go. That's the guy that talks about human pets.
But what if I just don't look? You know? Like, I have free will. I can just not look.
I think you should.
Give me a minute.
His eyebrows are impressive, but the rest of him is questionable.
Is this a situation where, like, whatever I'm expecting, it's not going to be what I am
Yes.
expecting?
Yes. Yeah?
Honestly, I'm just impressed that he was able to get his beard to grow down to his double chin.
Right? It's crazy. It is insane that he looks like this. And like like these are some examples of posts by him just very quickly. In response to a person on Twitter, he posted, "Oh no, we aren't doing this again. The last time you tricked me into performing phrenology, you took it out of context so I would appear bigoted." For example, phrenology is the study of the shape of a person's skull to determine their intelligence or race. So, you know, largely discredited. He then posted, "Wait, Vienna isn't in Italy? No, different cities. You were right." And then links to tardis.fandom.com, to which a person said, "When you look up cities, do you usually do it through the Doctor Who wiki?"
Oh, boy.
Asking because I don't want to judge, but what is this all about being a human pet? Oh, it was a thought experiment somebody took out of context. Don't worry about it.
A thought experiment?
Because he was trying to be like, would it be wrong if I had a human pet and did these things if it was all consensual? And I'm like, it is a thought experiment, but you also do clearly want these things. Like, another one, Christopher Columbus was right for the wrong reasons. One must admire the willingness to risk it all for a dodgy hypothesis. He does lose points for the crimes, though. Cybersmith rules. I hate him so much. Like, it's baffling that he's a real person. Like sometimes you think it's a bit. Sometimes you think it's not, like, real. And then, like, you see that they've done it consistently and thoroughly for 10 years and have even, like, doxed themselves. And you're like, no, this is who that man is. It just wild, dude. Every post that he makes is gold. It's crazy. Pretty sure I've doxed
So
myself like 7
confused.
times. Shepard, I think you doxed yourself just... I gotta not do this. I gotta aim a little differently. I think you doxed yourself by accident all the fucking time. It wouldn't shock me. Shepard, I can ask you where you live and you tell me. That's a fair assessment, yes. Oh yeah, the fucking dragon one. I forgot about his dragon quote. Another is when leftoids dismiss evidence of dragons by claiming they were dinosaur bones. No, they weren't dragons. It's just the square cube law defying impossible tyrant lizards who rule the world for literally tens of thousands of years before a space rock liberated this earth from their cruelty. So yeah, he also believes in dragons. And I'm not saying dragons have a 0% chance of existence, but I don't think that he thinks it's like how we would. Like it's probably some kind of pseudo dinosaur thing. But like he thinks that it's like mythical dragon beings.
I always assumed that if like quote unquote dragons are real, it is likely a weird dinosaur because like there are lizards that can like spit acid.
There's lizards that shoot blood out of their eyes, like...
Yeah, like, it wouldn't really surprise me if, like, oh, you know, like, they say it's fire, but it's instead, like, no, this fucking weird lizard that's really kind of big that can glide, because there are lizards that can quote-unquote fly.
Yeah, the fucking gliding lizards rule.
It's like, it wouldn't surprise me if they're like, it shot fire out of its mouth, but it's just fucking acid.
It's like, was this stuff that we almost encountered as a species? Probably not. Would it be, like, possible that it existed? Yeah. But, like, that shit all died out before humanity, man. Like...
People are dumb.
He's also a huge monarchist, which, given his appearance, is maybe the least surprising belief. Yeah, no, if I looked at that guy and you told me that he's, like, big into the queen, I'd believe you. I guess king now, but, you know, during his tenure on Twitter, he was probably defending Queen Elizabeth, who, like, doesn't need your help. Like or hate the monarchy for one reason or the other. Like, Queen Elizabeth actually had some interesting shit go on in her life, so, like, you can at least give her that much, but, like, she doesn't need you to defend her. She has, like, 1,000-year-long history of genetics to do that for her. The new one might need somebody to defend him, but that's just because he's kind of boring. He's just kind of lame. His Tumblr is still up. I was looking at it after you brought it up. There's a lot of porn on there. Yeah. Is anyone surprised? From Human Pet Guy?
Look at him. Do you really think this man has ever seen a vagina in real life and, like, touched it?
I mean, are we, like, taking out the possibility that he went to the Netherlands and, like, went to the red light district?
That doesn't count. Because those women are like... Those women are like, oh, I'm gonna get paid for this mediocre, like, sex.
I say this jokingly, but also seriously, like, he is an example of, like, somebody who is stereotypically unattractive, and, like, even I can see it.
Yeah, no, he's fucking weird looking.
The crazy part is, like, I think that you could style that beard and mustache and not have it look bad. I just think that he's just terrible at it.
I'm gonna say this in a very nice way. If you want to have that style of, like, mustache, you have to be, like, 200 pounds thinner, man. You can't have the combo of I am a fat, obese slob, and I have this weird aesthetic, and I have this... You have to pick a battle, right?
In fairness, I don't think he looks like a slob. He seems very well put together. The problem is everything else.
Like, you gotta, and like your
Feminism,
weird views,
bro, the pussy is in charge.
and just like the weird like viewpoints that he has, like you gotta pick a battle, dude. You can't look like
look like that and then be like, I should be allowed to bring my amputated human pet into a restaurant.
You can't look like some supervillain's henchman and sit there and be like, I want a human slave. Because that's what that pet thing is. It's like it's a willing, it's a slave.
Yeah.
Because you say willing, no one out there is gonna be like fucking amputate my limbs, bitch. I know, because there's people that want to get eaten. I'm just saying, no one of sound mind is gonna want their fucking limbs amputated.
That's the part in question, is that the sound mind is important.
But if you're in sound mind, then I'm sorry. When like a lot of places are like, no, you don't have the brain capacity to give consent to something this fucking big. Like,
because like
you're not gonna have this done.
There's a reason why the cannibalism thing in Germany was like a huge case. Because like, there's no way that you're a sound mind and you're just like, bro, eat me.
You started with the balls first.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, even if you're just like, I'm suicidal and wish to die, it's like, nah, do not do cannibalism suicide. Do not become human pet guy's pet. God, I love that people like that exist, though. Like, I know that it's bad, but it's like that's the shit where I'm just like, humans are fucking crazy, man. Like, the average baseline human is like a pretty normal person, but every now and then something skews wrong. Like, even compared to like myself, it's like, I'm pretty normal compared to these weirdos, you know?
That's saying something, considering.
Yeah.
I mean that with all due respect.
Deaf out there, Noid, but yeah. Anyone is normal compared to, I want to have a human whose limbs are stumps.
I mean, not wrong.
I have many times encountered hentai that is like, reduce person to stumps, and I'm like, I don't get it. Both from like the humanist standpoint of like, that's like not something you should do to a person, but also from the standpoint of like it just, that feels like extremely inconvenient, like, for your fetish.
I think it has to come to like the person can't fight back situation.
I mean, yeah, but it's just in my brain, I'm just like, but now you have to be stuck caring for this fucking, like, eviscerated human. And it's just, that seems, like, so improbable. Noid showed me the leader of Argentina. Bro looks like a supervillain. Yeah, fucking, he does not, he is currently turning into a ghoul. I was showing Shepard how right-wing and extremist leaders all have weird fucked up hair for some reason. And I would really love to know why. It's very fascinating. Like, even Hitler's hair was weird for the era. Like, his mustache was somehow more normal than his comb-over. Like,
God, the fucking Hitler comb-over.
it's really bad. It's like, I don't think that he was balding. It just looks not good. The craziest part of Hitler's hair being the way it is that hairstyle came back and it became, like, the hairstyle for fucking, like, sad twinks in the year 2006. Which, like, I guess he would have hated, so, like, it's fine, but it's really weird that, like, a bunch of emos were like, what if I just gelled my hair to the side like this?
As someone who used to do the raccoon stripes in their hair, I can't say anything.
I knew a girl who did that. I didn't get it.
I mean, you also don't get, like, hair color, like, people dyeing their hair
True.
different colors and shit now. So, like...
But, like, that one I really didn't get.
It was a fashion thing.
It's just, like, I guess, like, whenever I look at something, I try to figure out, like, how much of my time is this going to take up? And if it's going to take up so much time that I'm, like, spending hours a night, like, fucking with my hair, and my hair is going to be, like, worse afterwards. And I'm not meaning, like, aesthetically, I mean, like, because you're going to, like, fry your hair if you keep doing it, right? Noid is also a soulless fucking monster. Yeah. Yeah. Yet is also a humanist? I mean, like, I just want society to be better. I want humanity to prosper and flourish. I want people to stop sucking. The misanthropy in me is built upon the idea that we could be better and we choose not to be. Like, as a society, not individually. Individually, people are, like, the whole gamut. I kind of want to explore Wonder Bread Lady. In what way?
Is that Shepherd?
Yeah. You don't want Wonder Bread Head. Oh boy. We're going places tonight.
Sadly, none of them good. So.
Sadly, none of them good.
So, you know, do with that what you will.
I mean, you don't have to be insane to beat women. You just need to be a piece of shit. Says a piece of shit who has never beaten women, but has definitely been, like, abusive. And is also questionably sane. Sane enough to function in society, which I can't say about my, my half-brother, so... You know. I win, I guess? Genetic lottery-wise. Noid can't go 1 second without correcting someone. True. Accurate. Proper definition of Noid.
Yeah. Sometimes it's annoying.
I mean, it's not meant to be endearing.
That's why sometimes when you talk, I just go, I'm done. And I stop.
Oh, yeah, we gotta fucking get the squirrel, because the squirrel's, like, extremely overpowered for some reason. We discovered that one time when Rachel was like, get the squirrel.
Yeah, and you doubted my fucking knowledge.
But it's helpful when I have questions, because Noid will generally always give me a good answer. I won't always give you a good answer, but I'll always at least attempt to give you what little knowledge that I have on the topic. And if I'm not educated enough on it, I'll just be like, I don't know, do some research. I will give fun answers, like how I explained Zoroastrianism very loosely to Neo, and now Zoroastrianism has infected their fucking algorithm somehow, and they keep getting ads for, like, a Zoroastrian temple.
Beans.
Like the fucking video that Neo sent me the screenshot of, where it's like, when I want to put out the fire in the temple, but I'm Zoroastrian. Beans was to become a god, true. That video is so dumb. You guys just don't get it. You've all been corrupted by Angramenu.
Bless you.
Unlike me, the based Ahura Mazda worshipper. God damn it. Alright, we're out. All you who doubt me will pass through the House of Lies before the final judgment, when you have to bathe in the liquid metals to purge your body of impurities. No, a fight.
Like, the liquid metal is, like, warm, right? Like, I'm gonna be, like, toasty, because, like, I like my showers really hot, so...
The liquid metal is like a forge, and you pass through it to burn away the impurities of your mortal life.
So it's warm.
It's hot.
Perfect.
So, like, if I were to read off a bunch of Zoroastrian myth to you, you'd just be like, why is this just Christianity? And the reason for that is... Well, the reason for that is because when the Jews were enslaved in Babylon, eventually they were freed by Cyrus the Great, who was a Zoroastrian. And they, in honor of that, were like, some of these ideas seem cool, we might adopt some of them. And then took a lot of shit from Zoroastrianism. I mean, some of that shit was already in there because they were religions in the same area at the same time during the same period. And, you know, a lot of the times cultures will absorb that shit naturally. But like, yeah, a lot of the stuff that is like going to heaven and the final judgment and being raised to eternal life after, you know, a rapture event, comes from Zoroastrianism. How hot are we talking? Normal person hot, or I want to fry my skin hot? Well, you'll be dead. And a soul, presumably. So you anywhere from as hot enough to burn you because it's metal to infinitely hot as God can create. I don't know.
To Rachel shower level hot. Because apparently I like my water too warm.
I'm gonna be right back, and when I'm back, I'm gonna talk about Crunchyroll, because I hope that website burns in a bit. Dude, Crunchyroll's wild. I remember back when it was a pirating website. I miss those days. We need to go back. Because Crunchyroll bought Funimation, and when they bought Funimation, they stopped selling Gankutsuo, because they no longer have the license rights to it, because Funimation had it. Not Crunchyroll, so you can't buy Gankutsuo anymore.
Yep. I have a Blu-ray.
Where can I watch the boxing anime? You do have the physical version too, Shepard, I know. I mean, I think Megalobox was on Netflix at one point, but it's probably been removed. Megalobox, watch where? Apparently it's on Crunchyroll. Apparently it's on something called Just Watch that I've never heard about. Unless that's like a review show thing. Apparently it's on some form of Amazon Prime, but I don't know about that there, and apparently you can buy episodes of it on YouTube, which is crazy. Don't do that. What is Just Watch? I've never heard of this. Just Watch the streaming guide. Combine all your watch lists. I don't know what this is. I don't care. Have you seen Manchester by the Sea? Is an insane question. Not for the reason you think, but just because, like, who asks that? I will be honest, I have personally not watched the 2016 movie Manchester by the Sea. I am aware of its existence. My friend said if I want to be sad, then to watch it. I mean, that's true of a lot of movies, yeah. Also, Shepard, if you ever want to, like, get, like, a free Crunchyroll subscription, sometimes the people in our chats have it. So if you ask in the anime chat, like, Red or somebody might have, like, a spare code laying around. Otherwise, like, pirating is always an option. Because fuck Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll.
I used to love Crunchyroll. I still think that it's a completely fine service, but, like, some of their shit is pretty fucked. They underpay translators. They fucking crunch them really hard. They have some really shit licensing agreements. Take your pick, basically, you know? I just want to watch boxing anime. It looks cool. Yeah, no, Megalobox is great. If you like season 1, there's a season 2. Both seasons are pretty short. Start with 5 damage. Immediately deal 1 damage to the targeted enemy for every 2 activated. Boom. Yeah, no, Megalobox is great. Fucking looks like an anime from the 90s, despite being modern, because they used a lot of old animation styles, despite using modern digital animation. I don't like that thing. I'm gonna leave it. They had to make Megalobox look good though, because it is a 50th anniversary tribute series to Ashita no Joe. Which is like the boxing anime / manga, aside from like Hajime no Ippo. And like Ippo's still going and will like only stop when everybody tangentially related to it is dead, so. Piracy needs to make a resurgence? Yes, accurate.
I'm so tired that everything is like a subscription-based thing.
Well, it's because everything was like doing well as a subscription-based thing, and then everybody said, well, we want our cut, instead of doing the sensible thing, which would have been putting their products on there for a reasonable revenue share.
Yeah.
Crunchyroll's the devil. I was talking about how they underpay their staff and they grind their workers into dust. Excuse me. Whenever slime is applied, get +5. Ooh. That's like perfect for me. Jinro goated. Jinro is incredible. I would love to show Rachel Jinro, but I think that Rachel would kind of hate Jinro.
Probably.
Mostly because it's just very sad. If you ever need an example of like what the fucking scary dudes in the D&D campaign are gonna look like come them getting to the war, Jinro is like the text for it though. Just I have shamelessly stolen so much of the design of their gear from from Jinro. Which, in fairness, all they did was, like, what if we made Nazi armor look like skeletons? Bro looking like a monster walking around with an MG42. Exactly. Stop spinning at me! My squirrel is stuck. I think I know what one you're talking about already. Noid, what is the name? It's a deaf girl and the dude who used to bully her. A silent voice.
It's so good.
Yeah. It's real good, yeah. Remember when I made you watch fucking 5 centimeters per second and you thought that was like the greatest thing for a while?
An anime that made me cry that I didn't think would was just Vampire Hunter D.
And it was like not even the sad part, it was the ending that was happy.
He kept his promise.
He did.
Which I think is the exact words I said to you as I'm sitting on the couch
Yeah,
sobbing.
you were like sobbing and looked at me and went, he kept his promise. The werewolves were sick as fuck. Yeah, Shepard really liked that movie also. I mean, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust is like a classic for a reason. It's incredible. The fucking mirrored building to protect the vampires is one of my favorite things. It's so cool, and the fact that it just opens up and shoots lasers. It's fucking rad. Okay, so we're gonna go... Can take either of these, but then we want to go to... So if we go this way, we go to the left, or go to the right. Left, right. Kind of sympathize with the vamps. I mean, the vampires in Vampire Hunter D are explicitly, like, you know, shown to be both monsters and reasonable, dependent entirely on the person. And they're also a dying race at that point. Like, it's not just humanity. It's such a sci-fi series that, like, even the vampires are suffering the future. I'm kind of shocked that Vampire Hunter D has not had more adaptations. It seems like one of those series that would have way more than just 2.
No one wants to mess with perfection.
Well, I think part of it is, unironically, like, if you have something like Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, like, what do you do after that, right? Because if you do a thing where you're adapting all of the series, that's going to be super expensive. And it's going to take a ton of time. Oh my god, the fucking squirrels are going crazy. Look at them fucking go, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. Just buying a full upgraded orb? Sure, man, let's go. I've watched so many vampire anime that they all kind of start to blur together, but like almost all of them are pretty bad. I'm kind of currently obsessed with, and I don't know why, the term demon as, like, the ancient Greek terminology of just a supernatural being that is not a god. And I really want there to be, like, a series of some sort that incorporates that idea of, like, demons are good or bad, but, like, everybody's kind of fixated into the Judeo-Christian version of it as being this, like, purely negative entity, which has, like, fed into a lot of them being more negative because everybody just believes in that shit anyway. Don't get obliterated.
Hello, beans.
I wish there was more good historical fantasy fiction shit and that it wasn't mostly just trash. I yearn for a series set in the ancient world that explores that mythology and isn't terrible. But it's almost always bad. Basically give me like a modern Xena, but then make it not terrible. I do think it's really funny, though, that almost every single television series that I watch that is set in, like, ancient Rome or, like, fucking, like, random Scandinavian Nordic provinces or, like, any of those sort of places, like, invariably will be some sort of weird shit where it's like, hey, this is set in, like, Sweden in the year 1480. But everyone sounds British.
Yep.
And I'm like, please, vocal coaching. Like, I'm not expecting everyone to sound like a fucking true Roman. We don't know what it exactly sounded like back in the day when I watched that shit. But if I'm watching a thing on ancient Rome, I would like to have people sounding like they're trying to speak Latin a little.
Our hypothesis is it's like, hey, like, it sounds not American. Close enough.
That is what it is, largely, yeah. And also that vocal training that many people would be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah.
Dude, we're doing so much damage. Just get evaporated, nerd. Stop existing. Is Rochester in New York? Shepherd.
Shepherd. What the fuck, dude?
We've had this literal discussion before. I love the chorus of Shepherd from everybody involved. I mean, is it the only Rochester in the US? Probably not.
No!
But is it the one that's relevant when we're discussing Rachel? Yeah.
Context, my guy!
I met a dude from New York, IRL in town, super nice guy. I mean, I'm not shocked that a New Yorker was in our area, given the proximity to New York. Dude, we're not even in a city. We're in, like, a town.
Honestly, even the surrounding quote-unquote cities that you guys have, to me, aren't cities.
Because the US has, like, fucking weird cities.
It's like really the only city that I've passed whilst in Canada is, like, Toronto. Like, I would say even Kingston isn't, like, a big city.
No, Kingston is like a university city. Congrats on getting pegged. I didn't achieve what I wanted, though. So there is that little bit of annoyance. We need to get bulwarking, man. Rachel, if he can still walk, you failed us all. I hate to tell you this, even if I was getting pegged, I'm never gonna be getting pegged to the point where I'm gonna be like, oh, my legs are weak. It's like, that's just not in me. I have too much, like, despite the fact that I will regularly get into the most petty of bullshit, I have too much internal top energy to submit to that. I wouldn't. It wouldn't happen.
If anything, I would, even if I was the one doing the pegging, I would still be tired and being like, I don't want to do this anymore.
I love the idea of you being like, I'm tired now. Now I know what it's like to have to be the range of motion. In fairness, it is also just like we both just need to lose weight.
I mean, I am.
You're doing a great job. Me, I'm dying. I'm gonna wither into a fucking old skeleton.
I have lost 65 pounds now.
Yeah, you've done a great job. I, however, am going to wither into an old skeleton. Because this cough won't go away. We synced up coughs. Yeah, no, she's doing great. It has gotten into the funny territory of, like, Rachel being like, my bra don't fit, but it's not that the boob got small, it's that the back got less fat.
Yep.
My weight loss has gotten me some weird way of body dysmorphia. Yeah, but Shepard, you also keep making yourself lose weight, because you'll just be like, oh man, I'm like 200 pounds, and then just do something to make yourself like 160.
But I've had this discussion with you very often. You are a very thin person and you've been doing these manual labor jobs. You are not going to lose weight on the scale. You're going to gain weight on the scale because you are building muscle.
Yeah, but right now he's been losing, like, a lot. And so I'm like a
Why?
little bit concerned about it.
Is it stress? Are you eating?
He is consistently posting in food, so yeah.
Have you gone to the doctor?
No.
We'll have free health care.
Yeah, but he's also a man. When I look at my stomach, I feel fat. Yeah, that's in your head.
That's body dysmorphia. Get a therapist. Love you.
Well, I mean, he can't, unfortunately. That's money.
I would pay for you to have a fucking therapist, Shepard.
Especially a side profile? What the fuck? You're a rake, man. I feel that sometimes, but I know I'm doing better than other people, so I stay happy, I guess. True. Could a therapist handle Shepard? I would love to sit in on, like, one therapy session with Shepard. Like, for my, like, my own selfish enjoyment. Noid? Yeah?
And coming from someone who is in therapy, I know that my therapist has a therapist, and she
Oh yeah, that's
calls me the
extremely
autistic.
normal.
She calls me the autistic one to her therapist.
Well, through God, everything's possible, so jot that down. I swear he's talking about It's Always Sunny. He's talking about Mac from It's Always Sunny. Cause like Shepard has discovered It's Always Sunny and realized that like it is basically how his brain works. Sometimes I feel like Charlie, sometimes you are Charlie.
Is that a good thing to experience, that he's sometimes Charlie, or is this like a
You remember like the
on?
clip that I sent you of the guy where
No,
well
I'm not going to.
I was gonna say the one where I sent you the clip of the guy where he was talking to the one dude and then he started to have a conversation back at him like they were talking about a third person. The guy's like, I'm talking about you.
No,
And then
I don't remember this.
yeah, well that's what it is. Oh, Bulwark, we need this. Oh fuck, another one. I wish I could have gotten both, but oh well.
Anytime you have to go, do you remember? The answer is usually no. So.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Yeah, no, Shepard makes me think of Charlie from It's Always Sunny, like, pretty regularly, honestly.
Is that a good thing?
No. Well, sometimes. You know what I mean? Like sometimes Charlie is like a really nice guy and he's very sweet, but like sometimes he talks to the others like he's not really fully paying attention. Noid is Dennis. I hate that I know why. It's because Dennis is like a functioning psychopath. Quote unquote functioning. There's a scene with them where he is talking to one of his buddies about how they're going to take a bunch of women that they want to try to sleep with on a boat. So that way they can, you know, have like a cool like little date and everything. And then he's like, and then, you know, of course they'll sleep with us because otherwise the implications. And the guy's like, what do you mean the implications? And he's like, well, you know, like you're on a boat, there's nowhere to go, like anything could happen.
Oh.
Yeah, no, Shepard actually pulled the quote that I was thinking of the Charlie stuff, where it's just like, yeah, they just don't get us, man. And then the two guys turn and are like, we're talking about you. Like here, before I forget, I'm gonna pull it really quickly just because I can grab that. I can't watch this on stream because it will get me fucking DMCA'd. I'm gonna send it to or not to Shepard, to Rachel. There.
I will watch it later, because no offense, I don't want to right now.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna say, like, that conversation is like us two talking to Shepard. Oh god, where am I going? Right. Also, like, Shepard would never drink paint. But the conversation with Charlie where it's like, have you been drinking paint? And he just, like, maybe. And then, like, sticks out his tongue. I was thinking of that. You sent me this? Yeah, I did. Because it's true. It's very on brand. Like, Shepard now is too mature as, like, a human being to do something like that stupid. But, like, fucking us at, like 12, I could see him drinking, like, a Warhammer paint cup as a joke. I remember one time he got an orc glued to his finger because it was a metal orc. And he used super glue on it and needed to hold it. And then he ended up tearing off a huge chunk of his skin and his shirt because he also managed to glue it to his shirt somehow.
Oh, Shepard.
Excuse me.
What'll we do without you, honey?
My life would be a lot simpler, but a lot more boring. I probably would have struggled a lot in school. Because I'm gonna be honest, I was not the kind that tried to make friends. So I think that I would not have had almost any socialization. Like, I genuinely think that I would be a significantly more toxic person without Shepard's involvement. Which is, like, a wild thing to think.
My phone.
Love you, Noid. Love you, Rachel. Noid was an adult when he was, like, 8. The thing is, it's true, but it's also false. Because it's like, there were certain ways, yeah, but there's other ways where I'm still, like, behind the curve. But I think that's just everybody. Like, everybody lacks certain forms of maturity in some regard, you know?
Who wants to see his squished beans?
Yeah. I mean, like, probably everybody here, right?
She's made a nest.
Horrifying thought? What, me at, like, 8 years old?
Look at her. I put her in pets chat.
You being even worse than you are now? I mean, me at, like, 19 was worse than I am now.
She made a nest of my stuffies.
I'll take a look.
She's all squooshed.
They sure did, huh?
She's all squooshed. And now she's like, hold on. He's using the pillow. I'm gonna post this in Pets Chat. You can see how much, I would like to mention, I washed these pillowcases like yesterday. You can see how much cat hair's on them. You can just see the cat hair.
But what does that mean? I was gonna say dog. I was like, what is fog? I was like, gonna wonder if this is like a new phrase for fat people. You know, that slur that will get me auto-modded. I wasn't thinking like that. I was thinking about something along the lines of how they had, like, fucking fat-ass white girl as a thing. But it was spelled with a PH, and I thought Shepard was making it just F. Because he's Shepard. How you feeling? I mean, It's been a month and I'm still coughing, so it's almost certain that I got COVID from my mother. Who, I, like, refused to take a test.
I always think it's funny because she works in healthcare. So it's like, man, just shut up and take a test. My work forces you. The moment you're like, hey, I might have COVID, they're like, okay, cool, take a test.
Yes, you should.
They're like, you can't come like back into work unless you've taken the test.
Only thing that'll get you auto-modded is hating the French. True. Wow, that just dipped right in the fucking hole, didn't it? Fucking piece of shit. French Canadians hate us anyway. I mean, they don't all hate us, but there is definitely some animosity between Anglo and, you know, Franco. I'll tell you who they really hate. They really hate Americans that come here.
Yeah. But like, I also hate Americans, so fair.
It is very funny that you somehow notice every single American, like, plate or sticker every time you're here. And I'm like, I don't think I could ever point those out for my life.
Oh, me?
Yeah. You, like, notice Americans in the wild, and I'm like, I would not have ever noticed. Alright, we're getting crazy with it. There's a good chance we might die on our Bullwark run, which fucking sucks. This game rocks. I mean, I think Peglin's pretty good. I saw that there's another one called, like, Billionaire or something like that, but I haven't played it yet. Well, fuck me. That just skewed out in the wrong direction like a fucking piece of shit. How do you feel about Lion from FE8? I mean, I think he's pretty cool. I like FE8. It's one of the few that I've played. Will you ever play Sigurd's game? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think I'm going back to play the Fire Emblems that were not translated into English. Would Twitch shut you down? For what? I am genuinely curious what you think that they would, like, shut the channel down for playing a Fire Emblem game. Because it's an English patch? Dude, I don't think Twitch gives a shit if you're playing a patched or an emulated game. I think that's between you and the company. Like, the amount of people that play modded Mario 64...
And we play modded Elden Ring. So...
They'd ban you for playing bad games. I mean, old Fire Emblem games were really good, but, like, new ones still have it. They're just not always there. Fucking Fire Emblem 3 Houses is not particularly very good, but you know what fucking rules? God-Shattering Star. That fucking song rocks. So I could stream FE5? You could stream any of that shit you want, man. I'm gonna die. We had a good run. The Bullwark runs never work out, man. Alright. Barely played an Emblem of Fire, but pick a god and pray as a line of all time. Yeah. Fire Emblem is full of great lines and, like, cool characters, even in the terrible ones. The problem is that the terrible ones are just not good. However, the new ones did bring back the concept of incest. So, you know, take that how you will. Return to form. Fire Emblem 4 had a lot of that.
Oh yeah, incest.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If you have a fantasy storyline that is set in a medieval world and you do not have incest, I find it less believable. Which I know is stupid, but, like, it's just, it's so prevalent in historical stories, both, like, in real life and also from, like, fictional characters. I don't know why. It's just, it's there all the time. Engage has that rad femboy. I don't know anything about Engage's characters other than the fact that the main Fire Emblem Engage character looks like a fucking tube of toothpaste. Who? What femboy? Neo has been activated. Rosado? See, I'm in a weird boat where that's like almost too femme and not enough boy. I don't know why that description is how my brain parsed it, but it's like this character looks almost too explicitly like we've just drawn a woman with a flat chest. Their hairstyle is reads as trans, however. Just gonna throw that out there. Because it is blue and pink spirals. I heard Engage, like, played pretty well. And people liked playing it, but that a lot of the characters kind of just were like, eh. I'll be honest, some of the characters in the other games kind of grew on me. Like, I know that she's just there because people wanted to jack off to a scary goth, but, like, Tarja, or Tarja, from like, the fucking DS games, like, that character grew on me. Like, she starts out as just, like, a weird fucking yandery goth, but, like, by the end of the game, she's, like, pretty cool. Also, like, you know what? I don't have a type in real life, but I've talked about it before. I really do have a type that I constantly romance in video games, and I do think that it's some sort of weird-ass, like, projection. Like a narcissism thing. Because in Dragon Age, I romanced Morrigan, who is a scary, like, witch lady. And then in fucking The Witcher, went for Yennefer, who is a scary witch lady. And then in Fire Emblem, went for Tarja, who is a scary witch lady. And then in Rachel, who is a witch lady. I was seeing if she'd clock that one, but she didn't.
No, I'm not gonna comment on it. I don't care.
Well, there goes my fun.
I don't think I'm a witch lady, but
no, but you always do the thing where you're like, I dressed witchy today.
I have an aesthetic.
You're just not like a crazy evil person. I mean, Morgan's not evil. She's just a bitch. But that's why I think it's a narcissism thing whenever I romance characters, because I always seem to romance people who are like complete fucking assholes. But never in real life.
I don't know, I think I'm an asshole.
Rachel is a little scary. Don't tell her I said that. I mean, you said it in public, so I'm gonna read it.
Is that Neo?
Yeah. I mean, Rachel.
Neo, why am I?
Rachel can get scary if she wants to be.
Why am I scary?
I think you're scary because of the times that you like go off at like Shepard.
I'm just gonna say sometimes Shepard deserves it. All right.
Noid snitching. I talked about this as a joke the other day. Noid, fuck you. No, that's Rachel's job. Unfortunately, currently the position of femboy is not open. So, too bad. Also, I was talking about how fucking people talk about how like crime is so bad nowadays and blah 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 blah, but like statistically it's not as bad as it was like, you know, a couple decades ago. And I think that the big reason why people perceive that, aside from the fact that the media talks about crime way more than usual, is because snitching behavior is just way higher. Like, way back in the day, it was like, you didn't talk about the shit you saw because the mob would come after you, or a gang would come after you, or, like, you were afraid that somebody could, like, retaliate if they found out that you were snitching. But nowadays, like, fucking Karen on the phone will call the police and be like, a strange colored man has walked down my street. I don't know who he is. And I'm like, then why are you calling the cops, man? It happens a lot. I get those calls.
Black people and my Trump's America?
I've literally had, like nasally white women that sound like this calling in. And then just being like, there's a strange black man who's walking down my street. And I'm just like, man, he's probably going home. Like,
probably lives there.
like, if a crime occurs, like, yeah, it's bad. But, like, it feels weird that you're calling the cops on a dude who's just walking down the street. Like, I saw a guy ride a fucking lawnmower up the street on my road once, and I wasn't like, I should call the cops. I was like, if that guy crashes, well, he's drunk on that mower. It's funny. Every 4 shots is a multi-ball. Ooh. Insert chart of how violent crime has been steadily decreasing for years and years. It has been, like, slightly rising again in certain areas, but steadily decreasing, like, on the whole for the entire planet.
You know, I'm sorry that I'm scary. I, like, legitimately feel bad.
The big black Jamaican guy, though, usually doesn't, like, scare people as much. Something about the Jamaican, like, disables that in some people. It's like they hear a guy who talks like fucking that one guy from Final Fantasy who's like weirdly racist, and then they just are like, oh, he's Jamaican. As opposed to like if they speak with like a Canadian accent and then they just automatically become more racist. Take 9 damage plus 68 gold? Yeah. Hurt me. Oh, this isn't going the way I wanted. No! No! I wanted the item. No! Oh, well. Bro took the bag? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take, like, huge money because it means I can buy more shit later. I'm currently, like, saving because I'm trying to fucking bulwark it up, man. We want to unlock that last character.
I feel bad.
You shouldn't feel bad. Neo is saying it's okay and they're sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
No, you're both sorry. Fucking deal with it. In the bag, we don't snitch, and remember that Rachel is not wanted for any federal investigations. I would be shocked if Rachel ever does anything that could result in federal investigations.
I'm sure I've done something.
It would be like pirating like a movie in like fucking 7th grade or something like that. I'm more sorry. Oh no, it's this type of argument. The girls are sitting there going, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Did you just assume Neo's gender?
No, if anything, I'm embracing Neo's like gender flexibility. Like
Neo
that one
like,
time
vocalized that they prefer they and it.
That's what I was saying.
So, use their gender accordingly, or it will get upset.
Noid's valid for that one. Rachel.
What?
I take back my sorry.
You use the terms they and it.
Now all I'm thinking about is that fucking VTuber clip that's like, my pronouns are she, them, let me she, them titties. And then they just, and the eyes grow. Let Noid call me a girl. Listen, I can call people a girl and then brackets disparagingly, or I can call people a girl brackets affectionately. And usually it's going to be affectionately, but sometimes I will look at like somebody playing a video game and not being aggressive enough and be like pussy. Because I did grow up in the 90s and 2000s. It's still in there. Yeah, Shepard did used to get called Linda by my dad. My dad would drive by on the street in his fucking van blaring like Metallica, and then the window would pull down and he'd look at Shepard out his window and just be like, hey Linda, and then Shepard would turn and he'd like jokingly call him a queer. And it was like, my dad was friends with gay people and lesbians, and like, I'm just like, why are you doing this, Dad? And I'm like, it's a generational thing. It's gotta be a generational thing. But he would just fucking drive by, insult / presume Shepard's gender. Very strange. My dad was a weird guy. My mom was friends with gay people and I found out she was a TERF. I mean, that's weirdly common. I never get the people that are like trans exclusionary radical feminists, because it's like, they're just gonna take away your rights next, man. Yeah, my dad never seemed to have any problem with people of like any sort of queer denomination. He just liked to be like offensive, I think. I think my dad was one of those guys who was just like, I just want to be rude for fun. I mean, he's dust now, so it doesn't matter. I will say, he was just like, weirdly enough, I don't think that he was like trans misogynistic. I think he was just misogynistic. Stop sucking my blood!
Sorry.
That's just this fucking vampire keeps healing and I can't kill it because I can't hit any orbs. I'm gonna fucking die. Dude, why do Bullwark runs suck so much dick? This sucks so much, man. Noid's dad became dust. Epic Thousand Suns reference. Sorry. I mean, he's been dead for ages now. It's fine.
Literally ages.
Well, we're probably gonna die in this fight, but we're gonna take it because we're stupid.
Tyler still
You did
hasn't,
not
like,
cry in my arms. I did not hold you.
Wait, what?
Shepard was like, I cried in Noid's arms when it happened. And I'm like, no, you didn't. I didn't hold you. I did hug you very briefly. It just, that makes it sound like it was, like, way longer. I don't know. I don't think it's you're crying in somebody's arms if they hold you for, like a second and a half. Like, literally speaking, sure, but the figurative mention isn't included in that. It evokes the energy of, like, you were holding the person close and being like, it's okay. And meanwhile, like, my dad died and I went and saw the body and I went, yep, that's a dead body. Shepard was genuinely more fucked up than I was.
Yeah, you were like, I have to finish my game.
Well, his body's gonna get ready. Like, if I go, they're just gonna tell me to wait outside until they're done cleaning and shit. Like, and then I'm gonna get there and I'm gonna go, it's a dead body, and I'm gonna be like, alright, take him away, I guess. Like, unfortunately speaking, like, to me, like, a corpse is not something to be mourning over, because I can't commune with it. It's meat at that point. The thing that I cared about is gone. He was your dad. I know you weren't close. I was close to my dad! My dad, like, raised me until he left, and then when he left, my mom started to act like a fucking crazy person at me. And I was like, never mind, I understood why he left. Like, unironically, when I was, like, 7 or 8 years old, and my mom would fucking scream at me and say, like, just, like, crazy shit, I was like, you know what, I remember getting into a fight with her when I was around that age, and I looked at her and was like, I understand why dad left. And she just, like, was traumatized by that for, like, a week. Family sucks and tweet, yeah. But yeah, no, just I have a hard time connecting with corpse because it doesn't have people in it anymore. And I have a hard time connecting with people as it is. Yeah, no, like, I'm glad that somebody was upset for my dad, because, like, somebody has to be. Like, I'm pretty sure most of the people that he knew were just waiting for him to die to steal his shit.
It was one of those situations.
Well, because we went to his place after, and, like, stuff that he did say he was leaving was gone. So, like, the people in that trailer park 100% stole some of his shit. And then it took me, like, fucking, like, 8 months to get the shit from his, like, ex-girlfriend, who was, like, executing his will. Because he wouldn't, like, let me handle it because I was too young in his head, and he wouldn't let mom handle it because he hated mom.
You know, fair.
It was very funny, though, because, like, one of the things my dad cared about, and I think is, like, the most asinine shit, is he was always like, yeah, your mom wanted to sell the prints that we got. The fucking paintings that we spent all our money. Blah, 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 blah. All she cares about is money. She just wants to sell them. And then I, like, looked at the prints and I was like, dude, these things, like, when you bought them were, like, $200, and they're $200 now. They've depreciated in value. Like, she's not making money. She's just trying to unload giant photos. Like... Like, I respect that you liked these things, but, like, you can't look at me and be like, don't throw away or sell any of my things when you yourself do not want them. Like, man never had them up on the walls. He had them in storage forever. The frames are fucking ruined. And he's like, dude, your mom's gonna try and sell them. I'm like, buddy, like, you should have sold them. I'm in my friend's will, and the idea kind of makes me tear up sometimes. I have a verbal will where I have multiple years of Twitch recordings where I say that if I die, certain things get distributed certain ways. And those still mostly stand.
Jokingly, what do I get?
Well, currently I'm in the process of revising some of that because, you know, it used to be like, hey, all this shit's gonna go to Nick, but Nick hasn't been hanging out as much, so Nick gets less shit now. But I mean, like, one of my things that I want to know is if I could somehow make the legal argument to Steam support to make my Steam account like a family account for people to use. Because I've got like thousands of games. And it's like, yeah, like you, Shepard, people should have access to that shit. It's not valid. I know it's not valid, but you should still you should still do it. You should still do it and just lie to them. Also, you can find loopholes. I'm sure. Apparently, according to XSplit support, my XSplit lifetime subscription, which is like 125 years or something like that, or like 160 years, is considered okay to pass down to children if I die, which is like really funny. God, I'm never gonna get a fucking Bulwark run going, man. This shit sucks. Only reason I consider using XSplit, I've just never had good luck with OBS after like the first few years. Oh man. Smash statue and get gold. I mean, it didn't work out great last time, but we're gonna do it again. Can go to the shop this time, maybe. Not a great area to land in immediately after taking damage, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Like, there was a few years where OBS just was, like, really making my videos look bad. Like, just, like, no matter what quality I used, no matter what settings I changed, everything just looked awful. God-awful. OBS stuff just got weird, and then I switched to XSplit because they had a sale on and it was like very, very cheap. And you know what? If it exists until I'm dead, so be it. Dude, I'm never gonna get I'm never gonna get one. I'm never gonna get a Bulwark run that actually works. This shit sucks, man.
Hi, Beans. Oh, honey.
The beans being cute.
She's cuddly right now.
Aww.
Okay. I mean, since I don't have like assets when I die, it's just like, I don't know, take whatever.
When you die, I come and take the JoJo figurine.
Right. Like, maybe I should get a will started, but, like, why would I? I'll be dead. I don't care. The only thing I want is I want a natural burial. Let the bugs eat me.
Let the bugs eat me.
Because that's what a natural burial is. They literally just rent a plot of land. You are put on that plot of land, and then once, like, just bones are left, they, like, heat up the bones and crush them.
Yeah.
Like, either
Noid
that or the
admitting he's
thing where,
planning to live longer than Rachel. No, I assume I'm gonna be dead by like 55, 60.
or the thing that's you're basically planted in like
Yeah,
a
the fucking weird urn.
no. It's like you're like put in a coffin, but then instead of like a top of a coffin, it's just dirt and like plant life and like grubs. And then they just eat you. You're essentially just one big compost bin. Like, that'd be cool. Let the bugs eat me. I'm dead. You know?
I mean, return to nature, yeah. Why do you have so much HP, buddy? I don't like this. What if I want my friends to eat my body after I die to inherit my memories and power?
If I could, I would.
You. Fuck you that missed. You piece of shit. You sack of garbage.
If I could, I would want to keep, like, I would be like, you have to keep my skull on a mantle. But, like, you can't really do that. There are laws, sadly. Laws are bullshit, but there are laws.
There are laws, sadly.
I should be able to put in my will, you have to put my head on a mantle. Just the skull.
Ooh.
Which is
Whenever
perhaps
an
the most
enemy
unhinged
spawns,
goth
gain
shit I've ever said.
Volusia.
But, like, for example, if you died, I would be like, can I keep, like, a femur bone? And I would just put it on a little display case.
Honestly, if I die, do whatever the fuck you want. If you're gonna modify my body, just to maybe turn my head into fucking what's his face from Dragon Age.
Oh, fucking Emmerich?
Yeah. Or like his buddy.
Oh,
Yeah. Ooh. Manfred.
Manfred.
Just big eye skulls, you know, like just like gems in the skull glowing. I remember there was a Reddit thread about that where a guy was like, my wife doesn't want to keep my skull.
That's a you problem, because I'd keep a skull.
Mount my skull on a cool walking stick. Wait, that's cool as hell. Family walking stick. It's just your skull. The problem is when the drunk kid in the family like knocks your skull over and shatters it.
That's why you encase it in, like, a thin layer of resin.
Well, yeah, but it could still shatter. But then you get like the fucking kintsugi thing going on, where your skull now has been sealed by gold. I'm making this way cooler than it should be.
Stop eating cords.
Beans is like become ungovernable. you know? Do you fuck with Central C's debut album? Don't ask me questions about music. I'll always disappoint you.
Stop it. Stop it.
Pasta, what do you like? Yeah, I mean, we all have varying music tastes. I know that Pasta's music taste at least incorporate Devil May Cry, and that's where my knowledge ends.
Fuck off.
Is the cat really going crazy that bad?
Yeah. Literally, it's like she likes to eat the fucking cord, and I don't know why. Like, bitch, please. Do you want uppies? Is that where you're being a fucking bitch?
Ow. I still have the problem of, like, anytime I try to expand my musical, like, interests, it always just is like, whatever, man. I don't like this band. And then I just go back and listen to something from when I was, like, 14. Add Beanscam, TheNoidBag obtains 99.99 subscribers. Rachel can do that with her fucking shit. Have a cat.
People would
cam.
watch Beans. It would just be her sleeping.
Do you think that people wouldn't want to see that? It's the internet. They love sleeping cats. They also love sleepy dogs. Which is now in attempted production by Simu Liu. Simu Liu. He was okay in that Marvel movie. Fucking stop hitting me! Why do Bullwark runs suck so much dick, man? Everything sucks. I want to kill him. God damn. Every Bullwark run blows ass. Like 800%. Dio hates Dax. I don't even know what Dax would be unless we're talking about, like, the character from, like, Star Trek. Which, like, I know we aren't. Ooh.
Wow.
I don't think I have the ability to make that, but I'll take it in advance just in case.
She's being antsy, so I'm gonna go grab her scratching post from downstairs.
Yeah. A black bootlicker, which is rare and disgusting. Wait, so this is a rapper that's like, fuck yeah, corporations and cops, man. Because those things don't seem like they should go in line with one another. That's really funny. I mean, like, I'm one of those people where it's like, I'm not anti-cop, I just think that they need to be more heavily regulated. All of society and human history has had some form of policing. Like, the US just is, like, absurd in how they allow police to behave and, like, you know, continue without reprimand. Canada's not great, but it's not as bad. It's just not good either. Dude, I fucking hate this shit. Bullwark runs suck ass. I yearn for the demise of the Bullwark. How the fuck, man? Come on. This shit sucks. I hate everything. Literally being saved by Ballusion. We had so much capacity for profit and ability, and we're just in this pit, man. This gotta end. Ah. Fucking Bullwark runs, piece of shit. Ooh. 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 All very good upgrades to get. Slime probably was the better choice, but I'm going with bombs. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Do we have like a straightaway? Yeah, we do. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. So left, 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 right. All right, I'm digging it. Excuse me. I just want more weird rock and, like, metal music. And, like, maybe dark cabaret. Or, like, some spooky jazz. You wouldn't love Ethel Kane's newest project. It's drone and dark ambient. I think Rachel sent me this and I was like, I don't like it. I might know it. I might know it. I don't know. I don't know. I think Rachel sent me this though and I went like, I don't like this. Is that the person who has Is
Beans
that
is happy.
the person who had that's good. Who has the photo where it's just them and then like a picture of Jesus over top of them and then like laminate wood walls in the background? Shoots a laser that activates every orb. Wait, every orb, every 7 orb hit. Huh. I've never had this orb before, so I'm gonna grab it.
Happy girl?
No. Wait, yeah,
Happy
that's the album
girl.
cover. Okay, yeah, Rachel sent me that woman once. It was hit and miss.
Is it Ethel Kane?
Yes.
Yep.
See? Wholly
I had to
different
think.
to her newest thing. I mean, alright. Yeah, just like I'm weirdly specific in the music that I like, because like I can sometimes like a song from a band and then be like, I fucking hate this band otherwise. Like I really don't like the fucking, what are they called? My brain has turned off. I don't like My Chemical Romance. But they have like one album where I like it because it's a concept album. And because it's more like weird rock oriented. But like all of their older stuff, I just don't like it.
Well, like, I'm like that with Falling in Reverse. I like maybe 2 songs, and then I'm like, okay. Happy girl.
Falling in
Beans, fun
Reverse, ew,
fact.
yuck.
Whatever. Beans, fun fact. Whenever she wants to scratch her scratching post, she has to lay down because she
This too
can't.
stumpy.
She's missing a leg, so she can't balance and claw at the same time. She's been going at the scratching post since I brought it up.
They were just like, I need to destroy.
Yeah.
I like this. But this is very nice.
Which is funny because there's a scratching post upstairs, like in my bedroom. It's a scratching post tower, so she
That's
can
not
sit
the one
on
they
it.
want to use.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I wonder if that's why you were being an ass.
That's like looking at me and being like, well, you've got a gaming laptop upstairs. I'm like, but it's not my PC. Every reload grants 2 musical. Activated, contribute to damage. Yeah.
Oh. You ever like eat?
Explaining a concept to Noid. Okay, so imagine a video game. This is the same as saying, like, imagine explaining a concept to Wooly, and then he just goes, so it's a fighting game. It's easy to explain things in gamified terms for people.
So, you ever have a thing where, like, say you're like eating like a bag of chips, and then one chip just tastes off, and you're like, well, now the entire bag is ruined.
So what happens is I will eat that, and then I will stop eating the whole bag, and then I will come back like a few hours later and taste it, and if it's like everything sucks in this still, then I will throw the whole bag away. Basically, if I get 2, like I'm like, this is gone.
There's like a singular piece of popcorn in this bag that made me just go, oh.
Wait, do you remember a trailer for Space Hulk Deathwing with that one song that goes super hard? Yeah. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Want to know a band that I'll listen to until the day I die? I don't care. Daft Punk. I love Daft Punk, specifically old Daft Punk.
I'm gonna ask a really stupid sounding question. Is Daft Punk a band or like a musical group?
It's a musical group, but like, who cares?
Because like, it's like Gorillaz. Like, is Gorillaz a band or a musical group? Because it's like, I know Daft Punk are 2 guys, but they work with other people and they use mostly samples. So it's like, are you a band? It's a group, anything. Gorillas is a band. It's also 2 guys. Okay.
Stop.
Samples don't change anything, but if you're using predominantly samples in your work as opposed to creating your own original tracks, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I think the term band is amorphous in the modern day.
Either way, I'll listen to Daft Punk forever.
Keep in mind, this is not me like trying to like gatekeep or like guard the terminology. It's me just genuinely wondering about semantics.
It's you being an old man.
No, it's not even that. It's just I genuinely want to know like how verbiage can affect these things.
It doesn't affect them at all.
Well, I mean, it's like you'll see like an artist who predominantly performs music with one group of people. Like they have their drummer and they have their guitar player, but they're a solo artist, and those guys are just hired backups, right? But like, would that not still technically be a band? But then they don't treat them like a band; they treat them like they're just the artist.
I feel like you're getting way too into it, and it depends on the artist. If the artist is like, it's just me,
that's my thing.
whatever. Right? But I also don't think it's that big of a deal.
That's why I'm always fascinated by this stuff. I love semantics and the discussion of things like that. Am I starting to stack money? Can I get big money?
Oh, Beans, is your herpes acting up? You got
cat herpes.
She's got herpes.
Herpes.
Is your herpes? Yeah, because she's got gooby eyes.
Invest.
Is it because I moved? Is it because I moved stuff yesterday?
Invest 11 money.
Did it stress you out?
Do not hurt me, Gamblin, or I will come for you for your blood.
Did it stress you out? Oh, my baby. Let me get the goobies out your eyes. There you go.
The goobies.
Goobies. She got goobies in her eyes. My poor herpes-ridden baby. I felt really bad because when the vet told me like she has cat herpes, I was like,
herpes.
Like I think he saw the panic and he's like, it's not the same kind of like human herpes. And I'm like,
I mean,
oh.
Even human herpes isn't necessarily like depending on the type of herpes. It could just be like we said before, cold sore.
So he was like, it's just he's like, it's kind of like just a separate strand that's only effective to cats and they only get it from like the birth mom.
Yeah, again, like most, like, well, not most, but like a large amount of humans have just non-active herpes.
Yeah. So
I would love to know the breakdown of the people that I've encountered in real life who have herpes.
I mean, I get cold sores, so not often, but I get them.
Yeah. Ouch. That's more interesting. How does herpes correlate to semantics? Herpes correlates to semantics because there's different forms of herpes. There's herpes, which is a sexually transmitted disease, and then there's herpes, which is like, you know, basically just something that is born inside of you because your parents had herpes and their parents had herpes. Noid peas? I don't like that.
And there's the herpes you get that's basically just mouth related, which
Yeah.
is aka cold sores. And it's always like herpes simplex and then like a number.
Yeah.
At the end of it to like determine the kind of herpes that you have. Most people have the cold sore one just because all it takes is you to like drink something after someone that has it, and it's not, even if it's not an active flare.
Yeah.
Because now, so it used to, a lot of the time it used to be the herpes was on the outside of the mouth. Now people get them on the inside of the mouth.
Yep.
It's harder to tell when people have it.
Got a
Wanna know
lot
what
of...
really sucks? Wanna know what really sucks? Styes. Getting pimples in the eye.
My mom gets styes a lot, and I'm just like,
I
thank
do
God
too.
I have not had a sty.
I get them often because sometimes I'll go to bed without taking off my makeup.
Oh, okay, that makes sense why women get it more then. Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll wake up and then everyone's like, well, how do you get rid of them? And I'm like, oh, you either put a hot
It's a compress situation.
compress on there, or you're like me and I can turn my eyelids inside out, and so I'll just turn them inside out and pop it. Then I'll be like, good enough. Then I'll be like, we're good.
Alright. Not
like
sure, not sure I'm feeling that one.
You disinfect a needle and then you pop it. I'm not gonna sit there and be in pain for 4 days, because sometimes the hot compress doesn't, like, get rid of it all the way. I don't know what does? Piercing it. And draining it of the goo.
Man, I love draining my goo.
I gotta make sure money's in my account for bills tomorrow, Bean.
That sounds horrible, Rachel. What the fuck? Maybe don't. Ablate draining it, and by it, let's say my goo.
I don't know. I think y'all are overreacting.
I think it's just not a thing that most people would ever think to do.
My dad showed me how to do it.
I had a really bad cyst on my leg, and it had like, it's like a recurrent cyst, so it's one of those ones where I'd like probably, if I want to get rid of it, need to go to a doctor and be like, can you dig into my skin with a spike and remove the sac? Because that's usually what a cyst is just like skin sac that has formed that continues to get irritated. And I had a really bad one once on my leg, and I remember the scar tissue on it from when it had existed previously stopping it from being able to burst until it did burst, and then the entire wall of the bathroom was painted red. And like the toilet and everything else, and I had to sit there and like clean up the entire bathroom. So that happened when I drained my goo.
Drainage.
Stop healing off me, buddy.
A cat butt in my face. Can you, like, turn?
If anything, that's something you want.
Like, I don't want her raw dog asshole right up in my space.
No, you just want to stick their entire head in your mouth.
Yeah.
Drain your goo, my dude. Okay, weird thing.
Stop it! What is it with you and the headset cord? Go be a cat somewhere else, bitch.
Go be a cat somewhere else. Oh, it's this fucker. I forgot about this man. Yeah, dude, I don't understand why so many people want, like, a third-hand coat that I gave you, but, like, you keep on almost getting robbed for a jacket. Which is, like, pretty crazy. Oh, double fucking lasers, let's go. Well, it was a nice dream while it lasted. Kinda hate it, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, I would also hate it if people were constantly trying to rob me. Weird multi-ball, but okay. Stop hitting me! God damn it. I hate this boss more than I think any of the other early game bosses. It's so fucking aggravating to deal with.
So, do you know Ethan Klein?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Apparently, yeah, he's awful. Apparently,
It's just annoying.
Yeah, but apparently he is like fucking Markiplier's a psychopath and his voice is fake and he's like having this big thing where he's like trying to start beef with Markiplier. And so Markiplier was just like, okay, and then just blocked him and just like is like, I'm not gonna even give this any attention. And that made Ethan Klein like freak the fuck out.
Also, if like Markiplier's accent was like not real, like if his voice was fake, I'm like, yeah, it's like a bit, like.
Well, because like people are like, he was like, his voice is so much, it's less deep when he's younger, and everyone's like,
that's how younger works. What are you talking about?
It's like, yeah, like the voice you have when you're like early 20s isn't gonna be the same voice you have when you're fucking 35. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
NL
dude?
sounds completely different than he used to when he first started streaming.
And so it's just
and,
like Ethan Klein is like having a freak out that Markiplier like blocked him on everything because like, and he's like, he's a psychopath, he's so fake, blah blah blah. And I'm like, do I like Markiplier? No, but do I think the man is like a horrible person?
Dude, fucking
no.
There's more reason to hate Ethan. Like it takes no energy to hate Ethan Klein. Like, the H3 podcast people are like fucking crazy.
It's so fucking funny.
Noid got the villain laugh. Yeah, it comes out occasionally. Yeah, like, not liking Markiplier's content is like whatever. It's completely milquetoast. Like, wow, two in the pit? Are we fucking kidding? All right. Is Ethan the gray-haired guy? He has become gray-haired guy, yeah. H3? I mean, this podcast was like the H3 podcast. Hee. Yeah. His wife, the fucking IDF member. I mean, we can't necessarily hold that one against her because, like, military service is mandatory in Israel. It's like South Korea. Alright, we need to get this fucking Bullwark shit going. Sweden's like that too. Yeah, the difference is Sweden isn't actively participating in multiple genocides. Like, at least with North Korea being a constant threat to South Korea, their military presence makes sense. But, like, I don't know, man. Shepard, do you remember the guy who made the, like, Akatsuki fucking videos that we used to watch on YouTube, where it had the voice where it was like fucking what's his name, Toby sounding like a goddamn crazy person, or he was like, Toby sounds like this when he talks for some reason. That I found out that guy was like in the IDF. because he was fucking mandatory military service, so he had to like put the stupid Akatsuki animations on hold for a little while. I was like, this is a weird confluence of events. Genuinely disgusted with the South American film I learned about. We talked about it yesterday. Oh, is this the one that's just like basically gore porn? A lot of films, I use that term loosely, are not great vehicles. A lot of them are just weird. Alright, we're starting to get some good Bullwark going. Speaking of porn being weirdly interlaced into artsy movies, I need to watch more... I don't even know how you pronounce that. Ryan Tricartin stuff? Tricartin? The military and government were bad in the 70s. I mean, yeah. No shit. Okay, this is the one that does damage. Doesn't excuse the rest of his cinematic garbage. I mean, welcome to film. Sometimes the movie's just bad. You're stealing my energy! Yeah! I need that shit in order to fucking get a knight character. God damn it. Okay, we need to keep getting Bucklorbs. So that way we can become a Buckle Lord. Ooh. Chest and boss enemy. Could be good. It also has, you know what? We do double boss. Like, that sucks, but it does give us more question marks on the map. And we do have that shit that's benefiting question mark. Like, we're just passively gaining money every time we come into one. Okay, offer the Pebballs. I do want to get rid of my Pebballs. So that's pretty sick, actually. That kind of worked out. Force Pebble into Obelisk. Get rid of my Pebballs. This is working out. Maybe we don't do the boss fight. We just get the free reward. Just so that way we're not risking too much, you know? Attacks get an increasing damage multiplier based on the number of or removed. Okay. Yeah, sure. What's it called? It's like bag of oranges? Yeah, bag of orange pegs, okay. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm hoping for. Fucking laser beam through all these guys and just kill them all at once, man. Let's go. Oh, it was so close, man. It was so close. I was really hoping I'd hit that reset, but that's fine. The idea of Shepard watching Clockwork Orange makes me laugh, and I don't know why. Okay, we're starting to build up that orb. 41. It's not gonna last with this shit going on, but... Okay, come on. Okay, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. I need to get more of that going. I'm starting to get in there. 44 Bullwark is pretty good. Well, at least it's protecting me in the meantime. Okay. It's gonna take a while for us to get the bulwark really going, I think. But hopefully by the end of this, we might be able to. Since we've gotten rid of those peb orbs. Excuse me. Okay. Upgrade that. Whenever... Okay, there we go. Cool. We've got a synergy. That's nice. Hopefully this can work. We don't have, like, any cash for when we go to the shop. But that's fine. Maybe we'll get, like, one thing out of it. Applies Bulwark. Okay, it's a Bulwark run. For real now. It's a real one. Noid, what did you think of Persea? I think Persea is pretty cool. That was really weird. They're an interesting character. I mean, Tales of Symphonia is just really good in general. Like, unfairly so. This couldn't have possibly gone better, actually. Yeah, that's pretty sick, honestly. Well, I wish it didn't destroy that one, but oh well. I mean, it made another one afterwards. Yeah, okay, 43, we're getting there. Okay, it's applying a bunch of those. That's sick. Pronema, you tricked me. Yeah. The classic. Okay, we're starting to get up there. 55. Not bad. Can I farm these guys because they don't have ranged? Ooh. Kind of looking like a maybe. When is suffering happening again? You and Noid playing Callisto Protocol? Probably sooner than later, but like I've just been like really sick. I didn't want Shepard to be here when I was like gross and shitty, because like he can't really afford that. And also like I don't think that like for a solid 3 weeks I was able. We're almost to that 100, man. Hey, okay. We just gotta keep it now, you know? That was weird. Okay, we're kind of doing it now. The bulwarking is happening. Like, just think about how often that I'm coughing on stream and, like, how bad it sounds, right? And then imagine, like, way worse than that for, like, weeks. I sound like a fucking smoker. We hear you, Mr. White. Jesse, we have to cook. Jesse. Breaking Bad was an incredible show. I don't know if I ever am gonna watch it again. Jesse, you gotta hit these streams for me, Jesse. Oh, this is a weird one. But I'm here for it. Bullwark is actually doing some crazy work. Look at that. Why was the mom so hot? I think that's just a you thing, man. I think that like Skylar White was like a completely normal looking woman. A lot of people didn't like her because she like started to put on weight a little bit in the later episodes, and I'm just like, eh. But also like Shepard has a thing for older and slightly heavier women a lot of the time. Which, like, I mean, like, nothing wrong with that. Although it does start to be, like, a funny thing where you're just like, I'm into MILFs, and then you start to be, like, the age of the MILFs, and you're like, you're just into women your age. She's still a lady if she's over 380. I mean, like, not wrong, but you should, like, aim to not be that weight. I mean, 280, oh well. I mean, same thing. Still works, yeah. As a fat person, I do think that all fat people should strive to not be as fat. But at the same time, I think that people also should stop fucking bullying them about it. You know? I think people need to start doing, like, weird positive affirmation horse shit. But, like, make it less cringe. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't deride people into going to lose weight. You should just encourage people to be, like, in a healthier society. I say that as if we'd ever do that as a people. Humans love negativity way too much, man. Shepherd is that fucking Wojak drawing that's just the like scrawny guy and then the fat woman. I zoned out and couldn't tell if Shepherd was talking years because last thing I heard Noid was talking about was a Mill's age. Yeah, no, she's still a lady if she's over 280 years old. If anything, then you know you have like a quality vintage, right? Been through 2 world wars and multiple like continental struggles. I like my women knowing the Civil War happened in real time. Excuse me? It grabbed my ball. Wouldn't it be Wednesday? Tuesday just feels weird. Which, like, I mean, I guess, yeah, it's kind of weird anyway. Just depends how I feel on the day. There's times I feel like we need to expose Shepherd to the underbelly of the internet. And just, like, show him, like, the Chinese woman that's just super ripped and looks like Chun-Li. And be like, what do you think? What do you think of real-life Chun-Li? Dude, don't. You're gonna ruin him. How do you ruin what's already going on with Shepherd? Oh, it's in the fire. Wait, Bullwark protected me. Incredible. I might make gnocchi tonight. I don't know. I've already had a potato today. Maybe I shouldn't have more potato. Gotta make your potato pancakes. They looked great. There's a wide variety of potato pancakes, and they're all pretty good. I definitely do like mine. If you're wanting to be a little bit blasphemous, you can add some spices into them. And I find that that goes pretty hard, honestly. But honestly, just straight up fried potato patties, like A+. Did not need to improve. But the spiced ones are just like a good alternative, you know? Like, the basic fried potato one is already perfect, but it's like you've created a lateral move to make like another good thing. It's like French fries, right? Like French fries fucking rock, but like French fries that have spice to them are like a good other alternative to a fry. I don't always want a spicy French fry, but like, it's a good option and it deserves to exist. I don't care for poutine As a Canadian, I can say that I have avoided the poutine love. I'm not a big fan of cheese curds. I don't really like gravy. I acknowledge why people like it, and they're entitled to their love of this Canadian food. But, you know, poutine looks disgusting. It does look disgusting. I would say that poutine is a perfect example of French, or not French, of like English Canadianism, where you think it looks disgusting, but it's probably like pretty good, at least for the people that like it. Like, people shit on English food because English food is like pretty ugly, but like a lot of food in the world that people like came from there, man. It's just that it looks kind of shitty. It's a lot of brown. It's a lot of browns. But that doesn't mean it's bad, you know? Conquered the world for spices and used none of them. No. That's the problem. The fucking British nobility conquered the world for spices and enjoyed them. The common man was forbidden anything but pepper. People forget that, like, the Brits were, like, deviously poor if you were not, like, a wealthy trading stock. Or, like, a merchant. Or a noble. But yeah, like, poutine is, like, the perfect example of, like, French-Canadian and British-Canadian influence. Of, like, this is just brown slop that's been thrown together. But it's salt, and it's fat, and it's potatoes, so, like, it's not gonna be, like, you hate it. Unless you're like me and you just don't really care for those things. Like, maybe now that I'm older, I'd like cheese curd or something. But, like, in the past, Noid would not be for that shit. I still think gravy just stinks, man. Texture is really important in food, is a big point. Texture is extremely important in food. I think that too often things become like way too sloppy or messy or wet. And like it needs to sometimes not be that. Chunks of food to consume, man. I fucking hate having to eat. Yeah, I know. Eating sucks, man. There's a reason why I find, like, a couple of meals I like and then I stick to it. Like, eating is a chore. Why should I have to experiment with it also? Explain to relatives and shit that I think eating isn't enjoyable and only eat because body yells at me. Exactly, right? Yeah, okay, so, like, there was a period of time where I just kept making eggs and, like wrap egg thing that I do. And I ate that, like, 3 times in the week, and the rest of the week I just ate granola bars. And my mom looked at me and was like, how do you not get bored just eating that? Like, cause I need fuel for a furnace, man. I don't give a fuck. Like, put the granola in mouth. It just needs to not taste bad and make me not throw up. Like, it... I could eat like you, man. Yeah. We can't all be Epicurean foodies. Thoughts on sauces? Personally, I can't stand any. I don't think I've had a sauce I've ever really enjoyed. I like, Rachel made a cheese sauce once for the gnocchi, and I was like, yeah, it's good. But, like, I'm not gonna make it for myself. I'll have her do it because I trust her to make it, and I like the way that she made it. But it was, like, not watery or anything. It was, like, it was pretty thick. And so it didn't compromise the texture. What?
You like my cooking.
Yeah. It's like it didn't compromise the texture of the gnocchi, so it was fine. And the thing is, because of the way that I make gnocchi is like I do like the frying it in the pan for a little bit, so it adds some texture to it. Mostly because I'm Argentinian, but holy shit, dude, if you don't like sauce on your pasta here, you just get looked at like you're Hitler. You know what's really funny is apparently Hitler was like really, really picky about what he ate, and everybody hated it because whenever he'd invite them to his like manor out in the wilderness, which was already a pain in the ass to go to, and then you had to pass an SS checkpoint to get into, they would have to eat this like shitty meal that Hitler had because he wouldn't let his cooks cook what the other people wanted. They had to eat what he wanted. And, like, as a person who's really picky, I cannot imagine doing that to people. He was, like, mostly vegetarian, I think. When you enter the stream to Hitler talk, dude, it always comes back to Nazis or cannibalism. That is, like, our going sentence for, like, the last 15 years of my life. The totalitarian leader of Nazi Germany invited me to a secret mansion in the woods. I assume I'm going to die. Also, hey there, Brack. How's it going? We're just talking about food crimes and how Neo and I are like, we kind of hate food and everybody else is like talking about food like normal people. Let's get confused. Food rules that should all be mixed together. No, food should be separated on individual plates and added to your plate accordingly. It needs to be kept stable and unintegrated. If you're going to be mixing it, it needs to be the meal. Yeah, food needs to be as separate as possible, exactly. Like, having eggs and hash browns on the same plate is fine, right? But I would prefer my toast to be on a separate plate, because when I put the, like, syrup on the eggs and the hash brown, it's gonna, like, get on my toast, and it's gonna get my toast soggy on, like, that one little edge. And then it's just gonna be like, well, now I just have soggy, shitty toast. I can't with soggy bread, it bothers me so much. Yeah, like, the worst thing about making a grilled cheese is always that when you leave the grilled cheese sitting on one side too long, that one side gets soft. I like when the hot dog contest because eaters dip the buns in water. Listen, if you're doing it for strategic purposes, I can't fault you. you've got a plan and you're willing to alter the integrity of a thing that you're not even eating for enjoyment anyway. You're just doing it for competition, right? Like, I can't argue that one. It's insane, but it makes sense. But if somebody was like, I microwave my bread because it's gotta be warm, and then it's like all soft but soggy because like they didn't just put it in for like a quick 30 seconds, they left it in there for like 2 minutes, and everything got all steamy, it's like, nah, man, we good. Like, buttered toast, aces, great, because it's not soggy, it's just buttered. But, like, I've seen people over-butter their stuff, and I have over-buttered mine, and if you don't even have, like, if it is soaked so far through that the bottom part of your texture of your toast is not, like, hard still, what's the point? It's same thing with, like, people who eat, like, a tortilla, but they get the tortilla and they don't, like, cook the outside of it at all. So then it's just soft bread. And so then you're watching them eat it, and it's, like, dripping on their fingers through the bread. Like, no, don't do this. Just, like, stick it in a press, put it on a pan for, like, 20 seconds, and, like, flip it. Like, give it some texture, man. It'll hold its shape on its own. Dude, I'm just not taking any damage. This is great. This run fucking rules. All it took was me shouting about how food is bad and we shouldn't be eating it. And I become immortal. Do you guys see what I put in food chat? No. Oh, what the fuck? Proper way to eat a pot pie was to flip it upside down and dump out its bowl? What are they talking about? No, this is not a Canada thing. What? That's crazy, man. What? I actually hate pot pies. I don't know why I turned on them at some point. I feel like I'm not a meat guy. I'm not like, I don't like a shepherd's pie, right? But I feel like I could eat those more than if I were to just try and eat like a bunch of sloppy ingredients. Like meat or vegetables or whatever. Like, I feel like if you condense it in pastry, I could eat it more, even if it's not a sugared pastry, just because of the addition of a, like, bready texture. That's all. Like, I wouldn't be happy, I wouldn't enjoy it, but you could probably trick me into eating them a bit more. But, like, I'd still not be pleased. It's because pie only cooks well slowly. Excuse me? Shepherd, bad news. This pot pie debate came from something said on a live stream of Canadians. True. It was Canadians having this discussion. Oh, hey, he paid me out. Sick. Fucking let's go, man. I forgot he even existed. Shepard, you gotta realize, like, we've got some weird fucking shit going on up here, too. Like... Dude, okay, I'm gonna bring this up again because I was talking about this before. One of my favorite things is French toast. If I have to have a food, French toast is up there. You've got soft but not soggy. you've got crunchy, you've got sugar. You can make it savory if you want it. You can have thick or thin slices. You can use any type of bread you want. It's an incredible versatile food. And so when I was looking at like restaurants in Toronto, right? I was looking at places where Rachel and I could go and have like a cute little like date night and then drive home. Like just like a go to Toronto, go to the museum, go to the gallery, take a look around, have like a little night, go to a restaurant, whatever, right? Like every fucking fancy restaurant in Toronto, every one of them has French toast that you can order at like any time of day. No, Toronto doesn't suck because like 16 restaurants all let you have the most fancy looking French toast I've ever fucking seen in my life. At any time of the day. I could walk in to a 3-story Latin American restaurant in Toronto and order a French toast? That's fucking crazy. That shit rules. I hate food, but if you're telling me that I can go in to a place that's designed to sell you like Mexican food in Toronto and they will sell me a like French toast that is extremely fancy, that shit rocks. That's cool. I can go there and eat a cool ass French toast. I went down a rabbit hole once when somebody told me about the Poop Cafe. Alright. Well, we're gonna be on a rabbit hole in a minute then, huh? You have no food depth? No, I don't, and I don't want food depth. I want the things that I know are good. And I want to enjoy the things that I enjoy. Give me the coolest grilled cheese that you can. Show me what kind of fries you're throwing down. I went to Kingston and they had the best lattice cut sweet potato fries they've ever had. Noid music and food tastes are the same. I'm seeing a pattern. No, I want new music. I have a problem getting it. Food, I just don't like it. So I might as well eat what I can enjoy rather than try something new and hate it. Like, why am I gonna go to a restaurant and spend $45 fucking dollars and then go, it's fine. I'll explore it at home if I want to. If I want to try something new, I can do it in the comfort of my home. I can make a meal and then go, I didn't really care for this, and then never buy it again. But I'm not going to go to a restaurant and ruin my experience there and have everybody look at me and be like, why did you buy this if you were only going to eat 1/16 of it? Like, it's crazy. Dude, the way you type in the fucking Discord about food is like bordering on maniacal. Also, I'm just gonna go back and say, toilet eating restaurant in Toronto? We need to look this up really quickly. I hate typing in toilet restaurant and seeing toilet restaurant near me. It's just called Poop Cafe, huh? Oh, it's a dessert restaurant? It's not even like a real restaurant. This place sucks ass. No pun intended. I hate this. I don't want to go here. I hate it conceptually, visually, and spiritually. This is gimmick core fucking horse shit, you know? I see children there, and this kid has like a mug covered in a huge thing of cotton candy, and the other one's eating a meal out of, or like what looks like ice cream out of a toilet, and I'm just like, you know what? It's not for me. Some things just aren't for me. Children love poop emojis. They do. Yeah. What a strange place. I do like that the drinks are little urinals. No, children still love poop emojis. Children will forever love poop emojis. It doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter what era. They're children. People loved fucking Shrek and fucking Austin Powers fart humor back in like the 90s and the early 2000s, man. That shit is never going anywhere. Humans have always loved fecal humor. I don't know. That was like half of Newgrounds when I was growing up, was like, haha, pee pee poo poo fart noise. And fucking Aaron Hansen has never grown up from that. Egoraptor is still like that to this day. Skibbity toilet? Yeah, I mean, it's a toilet. It's right there. Sometimes you just gotta connect the dots, you know? Dude, I watched the Flash movie the other night, and I gotta tell you, that movie's not good. It is still a fun watch, but like, it is not good. I would say to, if you ever do decide to watch it, do it when you have nothing better to do. And watch it like you're watching a bunch of AMVs. Because, like, every couple of minutes, there's, like, another scene where the Flash has to do something to license music. And those are the best parts of the movie, besides, like, a couple of other ones. AMVs are better than the Flash movie? Unironically, yes. Because I can go and look up Soul Society by Camelot and then watch a Bleach music video to it. Yeah, Pasta had a popular AMV on like an old forgotten about YouTube channel. It was like an old Code Geass one. Dude, this guy has so much HP. We're gonna be here for like 17 years. Yeah, we did try and find it. Apparently I have access to the new Code Geass show via Disney Plus. And I'm like, should I watch Rosé of the Recapture? I was like super baffled when they were like, oh yeah, there's a new Britannian Emperor. And I'm like, what the fuck happened with Nunnally, man? Like... Like, Lelouch, wasn't your whole shit to stop this shit from happening? Like... I think Nunnally gets cooed or something. I haven't seen it. Oh. Oh. And also, like, every spin-off of Code Geass is using the, like, movie canon where they didn't kill Shirley. Which is, like, extremely strange. because they just had to condense those movies down, so they just left out that scene. And as a result, it created a continuity crisis. It's very odd. Am I looking at it right now? Oh, fucking being sent albums, I see. Okay. You guys want my really unhinged food take? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I want one of those ports in the stomach that just lets you, like, fill yourself that way. And just, like, hook me up to a thing. And I don't want it so that way it's like, I don't need to eat forever. Necessarily. Right? But it's just like, some days I just don't want to put food in the body. I just thought Lelouch's plan was stupid. If I am evil enough, then everyone will hate me so much they'll kill me. There will be world peace. We tried that, his name was Hitler. I mean, I think the idea was that he, in the process, was going to mind control and manipulate so many people in positions of power that it would be, like, impossible for the bad to continue, but I think Lelouch's plan is short-sighted. It's the same problem as, like, Light. Like, Light Yagami's plan is dumb. But, like, it is well thought out. It is just stupid. Man, those could have been so much better. I'm kind of mad. Not gonna lie. You fuck. Okay. This is the life we're living now? Dude, what is happening? This is crazy town. I gotta get up in this space again. Wow, just sucked right in, huh? That sucks. Man, what is going on with this gravity? What is happening? Am I just being trolled right now? Like, what the fuck? I disagree with the food tube. That is apparently how things ended up with Nunnally as Empress and Schneisel completely brainwashed to obey Zero Suzaku. Yep. And then it just didn't matter. I guess. Dude, this blows ass. Why the fuck is gravity fighting me like a fucking bitch? I very much agree with the food tube. You're too real. Only on food. Needed that little caveat in there, huh? So So many mans with the worst take on food. Well, we aren't all you, Shepherd, who is like a bottomless pit. Excuse me? Again, I'm not gonna be food Hitler. I'm not gonna be like, you come to my cabin in the mountains and you only eat, like, a cheese sandwich. However, if I am like, hey, do you want a grilled cheese? And you're like, yeah, sure, can you put tomato on there? I'm gonna look you in the eye and say no. That's a you problem. You can open it back up if you're unsatisfied. Ruin your sandwich. You know what? Yeah. Afraid you might taste something? No, it's because a grilled cheese sandwich doesn't come with fucking tomatoes. That's a tomato and cheese. It's a different sandwich. I'm saying this more for everybody else. I think tomatoes are disgusting. I feel like go chaos option and place raisins in the sandwich. Dude, that would fucking end me whole. Oh. No. No. I am the flesh that hates. I gotta see what a tomato looks like before I put it on a sandwich. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, raisins were in the Flash's sandwich in the movie. I wouldn't recommend it. But he also had like the ungodly combination of like peanut butter and jelly and raisins and cheese. You should check the quality of your tomatoes. What about a sandwich on cinnamon raisin bread? I'm not gonna lie. There is a part of me that one time was like, I have cinnamon bread upstairs, not raisin. I have cinnamon bread. What if I made this into a sandwich? And I was like, this is not what I'm about. I made a grilled cheese out of it, and I was like, I don't like it. I wanted to, listen, I think that, like, maple syrup goes with almost anything, right? And, like, if people like sweet and cheese, maybe like a cinnamon bread would be good for a grilled cheese. And the answer is no. It's like pretty shit. Peanut butter would probably go hard on some cinnamon bread. Yeah. Now see, if you wanted to like, and this is me stealing from Elvis here. If you want to like take like a fucking cinnamon bread and put some like banana in there, like mush up your banana and put that in there and then put your fucking like various accoutrements in there. Yeah, like some peanut butter or like Nutella, and then you make that into a sandwich and you've got like a sweet sandwich. Like, yeah, you could do that. Maple syrup does go with almost anything. We're Canadians, man. We're like obligated to believe this. That just... It saw what I was planning, and it was like, no, fuck you, get out. It's all fun and games till a toddler places maple syrup and porridge. They just... We just do this. That's like a... It's like a type of porridge you can buy in Canada. Brown sugar maple syrup. That's like one of the most purchased types. Yes! Quaker Oats sells brown sugar maple syrup. Like... Noid, do you have bread today? Work. I would have to be at work. So no. May God have mercy on this godforsaken planet. Give me laser beams. If I had to work, I'd be fucked. I'd be like fired right now. I'm being exaggerative. They would probably like write me up. Okay, we're building up some armor here. Let's see how effective it is when we explode. Oh, we only hit one of those. Wow, okay. And it was enough to almost kill him. Fucking sick. I'm still awake. You sure are, buddy. Do you have something that spins for you? I have an item that makes my shit spin, but it gives my attack like a big boost of damage. So I can't aim as precisely, but it goes crazy. And right now, like, half our build is just hit orb, don't die, so, like, it's fine. Lasers go. Shepard, maybe you should, like, take time off of drinking. Just, like, you know, a couple of days. Or weeks. Or months. Or years. Do you have bread today? Bracket work. Have you become a fish today? Bracket gay. I get to drink because it's part of gay culture. Oh, good. Yep, alright. boss makes $1, I make a dime, so I get drunk on company time. Send that to Rachel, she'll have to get her blood pressure checked. Oh man, the laser's gonna go crazy, and I'm locked on the wrong guy. Oh my god! Dude, we've just become ungovernable. We're like an 8th grader with a fucking flak jacket, man. Horrid visual. Oh my god. I think that might be one of my new favorite orbs, honestly. That thing fucking rules. The 1000 damage death beam. I was just about to say, like, I don't know why that made me think of the band 10-Finger Death Punch. I'm like, it's 5-Finger Death Punch. What are you talking about? Also, that band sucks. At least what I've heard of them. Maybe I'm being too aggressive. But who would I be if I'm not? You'd be a normal person? I don't think me as less aggressive would be normal. I've heard 5-Finger Death Punch eats soggy bread. Listen, all I know is they did a cover of Bad Company and I did not like it. Not me doesn't mean more normal. We established this when we talked about Human Pet Guy and Wonder Bread Industrial Capitalism Man. Okay, we have a crazy number of armor forming. Okay, but the Human Pet Guy kind of has a point for the part where he catches a case for being a sex offender, and also the part where he mutilates his partner. I mean, he hasn't done it to anybody yet. It's all just in his mind as a thought experiment. I gotta find the... Yet. I don't think the UK is ever going to make it okay to remove somebody's arms and legs and have them sit with you at a diner completely naked and treated like a dog. I don't think it's ever gonna be legal. I just... You know, call me crazy. Another new Bullwark, let's go! Best orb fence, let's fucking rock, man. Oh, fucking bitch. It's the dragon. We're gonna have to get our defenses going fast before he eats us. All right. Gear up. nerds. Listen, the UK can't even let trans people modify their bodies. Do you really think that they're going to let a guy that looks like steampunk Peter Griffin mutilate people like that? Somebody would sit there and go, but what if my daughter was going to become human pet guy's pet? And then they wouldn't let it happen. Oh yeah, the game title's been Nuclear Throne, but I don't care. I change games. I didn't think I was going to be playing Peglin for 4 hours, okay? I thought I'd do like one run and then I'd be done, but now I'm stuck here. I mean, just refer back to the actual title of the stream. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm slowly losing control of my life, but we're here to play video games, so don't worry about it, you know? That's all. I'm sorry, we have how much? 100 already? It's pretty fucking wild. Heals plus 5 damage for every Bullwark we have, huh? Alright, laser time. Oh my god. There was an attempt made. Oh my god. The number it goes up, man. Oh, don't go in the pit, man. It always goes in the pit when you don't want it to go in the pit. Ooh, 2. Okay. I'm feeling it. I feel like this boss has a lot of health. It's usually like a run ender if your build sucks. I don't have a lot of damage, but I have a lot of damage negation. Which has been pretty funny, honestly, so far. Oh, we're just fucking dumpstering into this middle hole. Okay, there we go. We've rotated around a bit. Oh, good. Good, good. Good, good, good. Oh, it's gonna be so stupid. This is the dumbest version of this fight that I think I've ever had. Because instead of it being, like, huge damage number or, like, just getting fried instantly, it's just, what if I simply chose to not die? Every turn, I'm literally becoming more powerful. Good luck, I'm behind 344 shields. It's really getting big. I'm stunned by how this is playing. Oh, that was a misclick, but it doesn't matter. It's effectively... Oh, you know what? That's... I'll take it. That's perfect. That's exactly how I want this to shake out. Oh, yeah, that's the funny shit. Oof. 414, baby. It's gonna do so much damage because of all of our armor, man. That was the dumbest version of that fight I have ever had. Man could not do damage. Simply could not be hurt. Incredible. We do have a new boy. The Baladin is a righteous warrior that dominates enemies with orbs and relics that focus on unbreakable defense and powerful attack. I've already been that, man. I've become so armored and so powerful. Start each battle with a Bulwark equal to the number of orbs in your deck. Oh, Lord. Or ×2 your orb's largest base damage, whichever is higher. Oh, Lord. That's just like a good start. I want to try the new character, but I also just kind of want to stop because it's 1:30. Which, like, isn't a huge deal, but it has been 4.5 hours of streaming video game. We'll give him a shot. We'll probably wipe anyway. No 7-hour peg sesh. I mean, like, probably not 7 hours. 4 hours of pegging, true. Remember 7-hour Lunacid streams? Yeah, Neo recently edited all 7 hours, and then more. Seven-hour Lunacid streams were crazy, man. Shepard said some fucking wild shit. I said some wild shit, but... don't have anywhere to put the video. And a total of Noid people have seen it. See, what you do is you make a Librarian of the Bag fucking rip-off channel. I think Neo wants to use Neo's channels predominantly for Neo content currently. Advertisements and archival natures. Nah, just dedicate your channel to an obscure person nobody gives a fuck about. What could go wrong? How could this be bad? Yeah, you did do that as like a weird thing for a minute, but I think it was humorous. I have to respect and question. Name the Librarian spin-off the Bag Holder. That's a good name though, but I hate it. Like, it's a good one and it has like Beholder as a reference. But like, I do dislike the mental image conjured by the Bag Holder. It does evoke some testicular imagery. Sack Tickler is much worse. Just not a good choice. Irresponsible. Gain 0.03/0.06 for every one Bullwark you have. Consumes all of your Bullwark. Or Abrasion grants 1 musical for every, deals 4 self-damage. Why am I getting these? These suck. Please let me be the Sack Tickler. I don't think you want to be the Sack Tickler. I think it just sounds funny in the moment. Must have watched too many videos about NFT scams because I just knew the term bag holder as a finance term. What if we got into financial domination? Could we commit to some sort of FinDom scheme? I thought that was Shepard. I can't hate on you as much. Please cease. Do not be near me. I don't think Neo literally can as much. I really thought that would penetrate and kill more, but it did its job. Hey, there we go. At what point does FinDom just become extortion? I think that's a question we need to know. Like, do you think that there's anybody out there that has been, like, findomed into, like, giving up their World of Warcraft account by somebody who just wants to have, like, a really high-level account? And, like, if that person regrets that, do you think that they could sue them? I'm just trying to think of weird edge cases. I would do that if I actually wanted to play World of Warcraft. My tiny arms. I'm not gonna read that. It's not that it's bad, it's just that it made me cringe, and I'm like, nah. Hate that I said that. I kind of want to, like, search that on a fucking... I kind of want to search that on fucking Twitter and see if I find that shit. When money takes away my Warhammer army. Like, there's got to be somebody who's gotten to that point and been like, I regret this. That feel when the Dom woman that has been taking your money turns out to be a Soviet-aged, like, fucking, like, spy who is just scamming people to live out the good old days. Nah, Argentina is not Soviet. It's just, it's full of some very nice people, as one particular politician would say. They ran away from the Soviets. They weren't all boys from Brazil, you might say. I remember, like, people finding out about that movie and then, like thinking it was real. Are you going to Brazil? Yeah, you gotta go to Brazil on your vacation. I mean, Neo did go to Brazil. And had, like, a really fucking weird time. That... What movie? Fucking Boys from Brazil, baby. 1978. Unfortunately had to go. Yeah, exactly. I might have to at some point. Oh no. Imagine having to go to Brazil. Couldn't be me. I'm, like, mostly joking about that. I feel like there's gotta be something that, like, I would not regret going to Brazil over. But then I feel like I'd just be doing the most touristy horseshit in, like, the parts of the country that aren't gonna get me stabbed. And keep in mind, my metric of me being stabbed isn't a indicator of a country's safety or, like, you know, any sort of thoughts towards that particular endemic group of people. My concerns about being stabbed are ever present and omnidirectional. I worry about that if I were to go to fucking England, if I were to go to Greece. It's not simply because favelas exist. The reincarnation of Caesar. Dude, imagine if reincarnations are real, right? And the reason that I'm just, like, constantly afraid that somebody's going to stab me is because I was stabbed to death. I've had a recurring dream that is... I say recurring, but it's more of a theme. It's less one constant dream and more like an ever-present continuity of visions into the multiverse. Where, like, I constantly end up losing one of my eyes in a violent altercation. And I don't like it. I don't like that I have this dream. Like, I don't believe in that shit where it's like, your dreams could tell the future. Ugh. But it's like, it is a little disconcerting. June 6th, yeah. You know, it's finna be real interesting. Why is Noid so paranoid? Flashback to Noid's past incarnation getting stabbed 37 times. Dude, like, outside of Shepard and, like, a handful of people I've met on the internet, my real life friends have always consistently betrayed me. And I understand that I'm not a very great friend. But also, I mostly let people just do their own thing and don't really socialize with them. So why they become, like, aggressively shitty to me is always the mystery. Like the dude that tried to bully me for getting a girlfriend. And then he turned, like, all of his friends against me because I had a girlfriend. And I'm like, man, I didn't even want the girlfriend. She just happened. Like Shepard. A person showed up and it just, the relationship formed. And, like, one of his buddies, like, came to me later on and was like, yeah, don't tell him, but I also have a girlfriend. And I'm like, then why are you picking on me? It doesn't make sense. No wonder you're a Warhammer player. Hey, in fairness, I stopped playing Warhammer between the period that I had her as a girlfriend. I had stopped playing Warhammer for about 2-3 years. And also I didn't get back into Warhammer until Rachel got me back, yeah. So, literally, like, it's a woman's fault that I'm interested in it again. Once a Warhammer player, always a Warhammer player. I think it's pretty normal because, like, a lot of the time when you get into the hobby, you have no money. Yeah, oh, that's the other thing. The goon who smashed my fucking army is the guy who got Shepard to go with him to do the break and enter, and that kid tried to fight me all the fucking time. Up until 7th grade, that kid and I would be in fights all the time. He constantly tried to turn Shepard against me. Shepard did a break and entering? Yeah, that's why he went to fucking house arrest for a while, and I stopped having Shepard as a friend at school. because Shepard got involved with the break and enter, and that kid. And here's the thing: Shepard just kind of went along with it because that's what he does. Shepard just goes along with stuff. He's very passive, as you all know. But like, he went and the other guy was like smashing shit and like shitting on beds, and he stole the Wii from the family's house so that way he could like smash it. He didn't even keep it. Like he just smashed it with a golf club down some stairs and then buried it in a park. Like, they called me from that house's phone number. I had to be like, yeah, I got a phone call from that house to a cop. But like, that guy tried to turn Shepard against me. A guy that moved in across the street, his name was Jason. My mom was like, you should go and socialize with him. You don't have that many friends, blah, 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 blah. So then I went and I spoke to him, and he tried to steal money from my house immediately. Like within an hour of being invited over to our house, when he left, he took money. And then, like, my mom was like, well, we forgive him, blah, blah, blah. You know, he's dealing with his own shit. And then he proceeded to also try to make Shepard hate me. And then the other guy that lived up the street also tried to make Shepard hate me. And one time when I told him that he wasn't allowed to come over anymore because he'd been treating me like shit, he snuck into my backyard and dumped sand in my pool. Like, I don't have a good track record with people, man. They all suck and try to, like, turn the one guy that I have a good working human relationship with against me. It's fucking crazy. It's weird. Like... What the fuck, man, right? Like, I'm not a person that wants to have a lot of friends. I'm not a person who wants to have a huge social circle. But, like, when it came to being around others, I understood Shepard was a social human. And so I would try to get along with the people that he would ingratiate himself with. And every time they were just, like, dicks. Every fucking time, man. That's why it's like when he tells me about his jobs and like the crazy fuckers that he's working with, like, I'm not really that shocked. Because this is like a trend through his entire life. Man, now I'm just remembering how that kid dumped sand in my pool. Like, at least when the autistic kid that lived next to me would dump sand in my pool, we couldn't be mad. But that kid just sucked. Also, he got, like, angry at us and would, like, rage quit playing Soul Calibur. Multiple people dumped sand on your pool? Yeah, okay, but, like, it was different when the autistic kid did it, because he literally just didn't know better. Like, I'm talking, like, low-functioning, like, 6'7", like, slapping himself on the side of the head, screaming, like, autism, not, like, Charlie. Like, genuinely needed a parent as a caregiver all the time. Had to be, like, put into a home when he got too old. Autism. Like, it's the really rough shit. So, like, I can't blame him. He would come over into our backyard and hang out, and we would just be like, hi, Ian, hello. And then he would, like, grab a big handful of sand from the bottom of the pool's base and just throw it in the pool, and we'd be like, alright. You can't be mad at that. Like, that's just the nature of the world, right? But, like, the other guy was just a dickhead. He did it because he knew that it annoyed us. Like, to the point where he came into my yard without telling us and did it. I don't know, man. I like every single human I've ever had interactions with for a prolonged period, it's always become crazy. I can't have normal social interactions with people. It always becomes fucking weird. It's it's kind of frustrating. Like, luckily as I've gotten older, it's become less of a problem. But, like, in the kid and teen years, it was fucking rough, man. This run is taking 800 years. We're getting there, though. At least we managed to actually kill that guy. All orbs get morbid, but board contains what does morbid do? Morb allows to activate. Okay. I love magnet though. Magnet. Like, sometimes I wonder if the experiences that I've had and the crazy shit was like normal, or if it's like really unusual, because I don't know what other people's lives are like, right? And so it's like, I don't know how much of my shit is just like really weird. You know what? That fucking ruled. It's almost 2 a.m. True. First time I have people over my house, I was 17. I wanted to have a party when I was a kid because I'd always seen television shows where everybody had birthday parties. And I was like 5 years old, and my family had never had a birthday party for me that wasn't just my parents and me. And so I was like, I kind of want to have one. And so I think it was when I was 6. I don't know if it was 5 or 6, but around that time, I want to have a like real birthday party, and we invited some of the kids from my class, and we invited some of the people that I would talk to as a kid. And obviously Shepard was there, and my cousin was there, etc. And like, it was fine. I had a good time. I remember it fondly. I have some very blurry memories of certain events. But like, I never had another one like that after. Because it wasn't for me, you know? Just wasn't for me. I'd usually hang out with Shepard for my birthdays. When I got a girlfriend, I would try to hang out with both of them, do something maybe. Then I broke up with. We broke up. Things were bad, and then Shepard got into a relationship with a crazy person, and my birthdays became like, I'm gonna stream this day if possible. But other than that, I don't really ever do anything for my birthday. I don't celebrate it. My dad didn't celebrate his birthday either. Like, when my dad was around, he would usually give me a gift on his birthday before he decided to not talk to me for a while. But that was after, like, he had, like, insane prostate cancer, and I think he was just trying to be distant because he was like, I'm gonna die. But then it took him, like, 2 years to get, like, sick enough that he realized, like, oh, it's gonna take a minute. But yeah, I was not a birthday party goer. I went to a few birthdays, and almost every birthday that I went to, I had, like, a negative experience. So I always just wonder, like, is it just me? Like, is it just a curse? Or is it, like, normal for people to have, like, this many memories where their, like, interactions with other humans bad? The one I always go to is, I went to a kid's birthday who was also named Tyler, when I was a child. And when I went to his place, we all went downstairs to hang out. But, like, they kept the lights off mostly for some reason. So it was just, like, a bunch of, like, boy 6 to 7-year-olds hanging out in a basement, but then not, like, really doing anything. And then at one point they decided that they wanted to have, like, a fight, and all these guys were just, like, fighting, and I was like, I don't get it. I don't understand. And then one of them hit me in the back with a chair. Like those, you know, those chairs that they have for, like, small kids that are, like, fuzzy and stupid looking, and they'd have, like, Care Bears or Sailor Moon or whatever on them from, like, back then, that period of time. Like, it was one of those big fucking chairs, and he just conked me over the back with it, and I was like, what the fuck? And then also at one point he was like, yeah, my dad comes down here a lot to hang out, and then showed that, like, his dad had, like, a fucking, like, Playboy cutout on the wall. It was weird, man. Yeah, like, that one feels like it's just child behavior, but ooh. There was... Okay, I've talked about this one before. Same guy that put sand in my pool. Right? Fucking sand pool boy, right? He... Mad at Soul Calibur losing boy. One time, I went to his birthday, and he got a copy of Pokemon Sapphire. And we were all like, oh, cool, you got the new Pokemon. You know, I can't wait to play against you in Pokemon. I can't wait to trade Pokemon with you. I'm gonna get a copy of Pokemon Sapphire soon, myself. And then I go about a week later, and I'm out with my mom, and we have the money, so she buys me a Pokemon Sapphire cartridge. Not for my birthday, just because. And I get the game, and I'm like, hey, I got Pokemon Sapphire. And he just stares at me and he's like, you copied me. and then gets upset at me. And I'm like, there's 2 versions to pick from. I'm gonna buy Ruby in the future anyway. Because every time I buy both versions, and then I lend one to Shepard. Because Shepard's family has 8 fucking kids. And I am an only child. So I get spoiled and can give things to my friend. And then he just gets mad and throws like a bitch fit at me because I got the same version of Pokemon that he got, of which only 2 possible versions exist. And then one time he's hanging out at my house, right? And we're playing Pokemon, and I get to this one gym and I have to fight the gym leader. And I've got my team all prepped and I'm in the middle of the fight. And I'm like, hey, I have to pee. Shepard, can you help fight the gym leader? And then I go piss and I come out and he's like, you know you're cheating, right? I'm like, what? And he's like, because you get Shepard to play for you. And I'm like, I had to pee. I could have just come back and done it, but I figured I'd let my friend play my video game. Like, just like the weirdest shit to be mad about. Like, extremely confusing. How are you alive as a teen? Cause I'm a Canadian from a relatively small town. So, like, there's no gun violence. Also because bullying doesn't work on me, I guess. You know, this would be great if I had anything that was generating Bullwark on this version of this character. I think about the social interactions that I've had a lot, where I'm like, why was it always freak shit? It's like Shepard's got a superpower for running into people that are like dangerous or worrying. But I just have this kind of shit. Like, there was a kid for a period of time that I babysat. Me, which is scary enough of a thought. But you know what's really fucked up? The kid that I babysat, he'd come over to my house, and then he'd just fucking fight the entire time. And so I had to tell his mom, like, I'm not gonna look after your kid anymore. Like, one time, I'm sitting there and I'm telling him, and I'm like, listen, I know it sucks. You gotta do your homework. I have to do my homework. We might as well just all sit down and do this. And, like, the kid fucking bites me. Like, as hard as possible on the arm. And gives me, like, this gigantic bruise on my arm. Because we were fighting. And then, another time that I had to look after this stupid fucking kid. I have like a wax hand cast of my hand from when I was in Niagara. I went to Niagara Falls, as Shepard would say. And I got a wax version of my own hand. And he hooks his fingers into the curled fingers of the hand. And he pulls as hard as possible and explodes the wax hand. And then proceeds to fight me as I try to throw him out of my room. Just weird shit, man. Strange people. Something in the water, but not enough to make them, not enough to make them whatever's going on in the US. Just weirdos. Just fucking Canadian strange people. Oh. 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 Bosses. In every direction. You know what? I'll just take a flat damage up. That's actually pretty perfect. Yeah, whenever I think back to my past, I'm like, you know what? It was smart for me to not go to parties. Like, there was one party in high school that I distinctly remember that one guy went to, and the prevailing story from that party was that the guy almost fell into a bonfire because he got so drunk. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? One time I laughed at a guy who fell on some ice, and it led to me getting into a fist fight where he then tried to choke me out and cut his hand on my teeth and called me a vampire. Maybe it's a good idea I don't go to the place full of people imbibing alcohol and almost falling into fire pits, lest I be forced to push a man into one. Noid, if he was American, yeah, man, this one guy I was babysitting shot me with a burger. I mean, hey, listen. It's a not zero chance, but the likelihood is that the kid would shoot themselves by accident. Fun fact, that's the beginning of the plot of the series Stargate. As insane as that is. The main military guy, Colonel Jack O'Neill, goes into the Stargate program because he feels like he has nothing left to lose after his son shoots himself with his service weapon. Like, the fucking alien space TV show is like, you know your kid can shoot themselves with your firearm? And so, like, all of the times that he's, like, a jokey, sarcastic asshole is, like, trauma. It's the fact that he does not have the ability to connect with people very well after his son died. It's also why every time he shows up on an alien planet and there's, like, a young kid in the show, he ends up, like, trying to make sure the kid is safe as much as possible. Is that why you watched it? No. I watched Stargate because my dad was like, do you want to watch a cool sci-fi movie? And then the plot of the movie was they discovered a portal in ancient Egypt, or from ancient Egypt, rather, that took you to an alternate planet. And the planet was ruled by a guy claiming to be a Mun-Ra. And then it turned out that the ancient Egyptian gods were actually worms that were infesting people and were just parasites. That's why I watched it. And the fucking scene where the guy's helmet peels back is like the coolest shit of all time. I would love a big Egyptian god helmet that just peels back off my face like some sci-fi monstrosity. I'm gonna lose to this big hand, aren't I? Because my damage isn't high enough and I don't have, like, too crazy of Bullwark. I don't know, we'll see where we go. Maybe we can DPS it. Man, I love Stargate. That show's terrible. I love it. It's a genuinely good show, but I say it's terrible because, like, it has 2 full seasons at the end that are just bad. And there's a lot of, like, filler episodes that are just, like, because it's a Monster of the Week / Mission of the Week style thing, that you get this episode and you're like, this is kind of racist. A lot of 90s sci-fi would have, like, an accidental racism episode. Where they just hired, like, the wrong guy that week as a writer. I never really got The Office. I don't really get it. I watched a bit of the Ricky Gervais one, and it was, like, better, but I still didn't really like it. Oh my god, he hits for so much damage. Ah! Stop it! Thank fuck. Yeah, just give me the straight upgrade. I didn't know it was a sitcom when I started watching, so I was just really invested in this company. And then they put Dwight Stapler in Jello. I knew somebody who did that. They did that at, like, a school to one of the teachers. And I'm like, this just feels really inconvenient, man. Oh man, that magnet's doing work. Poison goes through Bullwark, huh? Why are you a guy with the helmet? I thought you were what? What I missed? I am I'm a goblin that wears a helmet now. Since when? Like this entire run. So 2 bosses. Probably like half an hour, almost. I disagree. I mean, it's not really an agree or disagree situation. It's just kind of the nature of it, you know? Wow, that was weird as fuck. Okay. Stop throwing things at me. Well, that was less than good. I think there's something darkly fun about people just being wrong sometimes. And I don't mean like me being incorrect where like people will be like, you're wrong, and I'll be like, I doubt this, and then I'm proven wrong, and it's like, eh. I mean like when people genuinely hold like a true, deep in their heart belief about something. Not just that they're incorrect, but that they're fundamentally wrong. To a point where their like viewpoint is incorrect in life. No, I'm not talking about you, I'm extrapolating. Like, when somebody genuinely believes, like, flat earth shit, and their rationale is like, well, like NASA lies. And it's like, bitch, the Mayans were figuring this shit out. Like... Extrapolate isn't fancy, I'm sorry. I mean, it's like a $3 word. Depending on depending on the group you hang out with. I know some guys who definitely would never have said it in their life. But like, you know, it is what it is. She cut the ganayo. Oh, I do kind of want to take Matryoshka, even though it's gonna like lower all of my ball damage. I do kind of want to take Matryoshka. What anime did you want me to watch? I realized I could download it at any time. I don't even remember. There's a couple that you could have. I'd have to go back and look at the conversation. It's not that I really want you to watch anything. It's more just like, I think that there's like a few that you could enjoy. You know what I mean? Like... Was it Lane? The one that like all the racists use the avatar of? And you had a friend that kept using it? Stop, I've said this 80 million times. Yeah, no, anime avatar racism people are like a dime a dozen on the internet, man. Serial Experiments Lane. L-A-I-N, rather, sorry. Yeah. And then you can watch the quintessential anime of sad programmer trans girls everywhere. I fucking love piracy. I'm a step removed from that. Well, yeah. It's like I wouldn't ask you if you play Fallout New Vegas or Warhammer. Don't clock me, Noid. The Fallout New Vegas and Warhammer pipeline to trans woman is one of the strangest ones I've ever seen, man. It's genuinely wild, like how often you will go into Even more funny is like you go into a Warhammer community, right? And anytime you go in, there's like 50 trans pride flags and then 50 flags of different countries you've never seen, and in that guy's description will be like Christian, patriot, free thinker. It's either transphobic people or trans people. Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes both. Sometimes you do actually somehow manage to stumble into a situation where it is like trans misogyny occurring, and I'm like scratching my head a little bit like I've run into some really interesting shit where it's like the trans misogynists in the Warhammer community who are like, oh, I started transitioning young, so I've been taking tea long enough that my bones are stronger, and as a result, I'm now bigger and stronger than all of the women that I know. And, like, you know, this is why I know that, like, women shouldn't be in the Imperial Guard. And you're like, hey, what? Where, what? That's just like the weirdest combination of things. I have not seen the trans Nazi videos, but I do know about trans furries, so it's like one step removed, you know? I mean, anyone can be a Nazi. Like, it's not like fascism is like strictly related to excluding those people. You can make fascism any flavor you want, man. Trans furries or trans Nazis, or Nazi furries and trans Nazis and furry trans Nazis. They exist. They're all in there. I've seen them. I've seen the artwork of people's German Shepherd trans woman furries. I'm mostly kidding, but like I've seen artwork. They're real. They're out there. There's a I hate that we're gonna go to this pit. I hate we're going to this well. But there's a line in Disco Elysium about how capitalism can like just engulf any identity and thrive through it. And I think the thing can be said the same with fascism, where like you can have any flavor of fascism you want. You can have secular fascism. You can have theocratic fascism. You can have, like, traditional Nazi socialist democracy, quote-unquote, fascism. Like, you can do it any way you want, man. But, like, it's still just gonna be, like, we need to persecute a group of people at some point. Because you gotta have a scapegoat. You have to have somebody that you can point at and be like, these are the people we don't like. Now I'm just imagining somebody out there who's like a really staunch anti-trans person, writing a like theocratic, fascist, dictatorship sci-fi fiction thing that's like run by a matriarchal society that trans all of the people. Like that one race in that fucking rip-off Star Trek show by the guy that made Family Guy, where the entire race are men, and anytime that they have a woman born into the race, they just forcibly trans the women. Because they think that women are inferior. And as a result, if you trans the women, they're not inferior anymore? Like, just imagine some guy being like, in my dystopian horror series, the women control society. And I'm like, that's just Dune with extra steps. You've just rewritten Dune. There was a Marvel comic about this. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Very poorly disguised femdom fetish. I mean, that's also just Wonder Woman. But in that case, it wasn't even disguised, because, like, I'm pretty sure the author was like, or the creator of Wonder Woman was like, yeah, just, like, I just want a big woman to tie me up. And I want to be able to tie up big women. Like, he was just straight up like, I just want bondage. And I'm like, you know what? Sure, man. Don't get me wrong. I think I saw a fucking post once that was like, before the internet, people used to be like, I want to fuck toasters, and then they couldn't, and they'd grow out of it. But now, because of the internet, they'll find like a bunch of people being like, yeah, valid. And it's like, I do think that kind of shit does exist. But like, there is historical precedent for crazy paraphilias existing throughout all human history. So, like, I don't know, man. If you're not hurting anybody and you're not hurting yourself, I kind of just don't care. I mean, if you're hurting somebody but they want to be hurt, it's fine as long as you're not, like, physically impairing them to the point of incapability, I guess. It's the whole everything in moderation angle. If you want a big woman to tie you up and then make you tell the truth, that's your business. I won't be enjoying that personally from where I am. I could appreciate somebody having it done to them, but I'm not really all too keen on voyeurism currently in my life. You don't get it? No, I don't, because I'm not a bottom. I understand people enjoy a loss of power. I just would prefer to be on the side gaining the power. Which, you know, jokingly I say, as a straight passing white man, does make sense. Just historically speaking. Never gonna win this argument, but how dare you? I don't think it's a winning or losing argument. I just think it's a statement piece. Like, there's dudes in front of me? Shows how much attention I'm paying, man. Get me out of the dark. I don't want to be here. I just want to end my run. How about I make a lawsuit about your statement? Listen, you don't understand. It's just a thought exercise. I just need people to understand that if it was legal, that ethically it would be normal for me to take my armless, legless human pet naked into the restaurant with me. Because they're a member of the family. It will never stop being funny. That's the worst part about it, is that it will never stop being funny. Like, he cursed us with some, like, really awful knowledge. But it is just, like, continually funny. Thought experiments were good, still talking about it. As a thought experiment, what would happen if I injected the human genome with, fucking, you know, 85 million different strains of emergent DNA from various creatures in the wilderness to see which ones propagate and form hybrids? Well, it's just a thought experiment. It's okay. Don't worry. I don't have a lab doing this in, you know, fucking Shenzhou, China right now. That one is partly inspired by a thing that actually happened. Where a fucking scientist was experimenting on using CRISPR gene editing on babies. And then he got caught. And was like, but the parents wanted me to bioengineer their children. It's like, I don't think that's an answer, man. You don't understand. The parents wanted me to commit fucking gene crimes. Man, we're just getting HP. Alright. Given what I know about CRISPR gene editing, I am leery about it being used on people. Because, like, when you change the color of a butterfly's wings, it makes them fragile and break off. That's not good. What if I make my kid blonde, and then as a result of my kid becoming blonde, his bones suddenly shatter? Listen, I'm not an expert on gene editing, but I know that when you change things, unexpected stuff happens. That's why we don't do it on people. That's why that man was arrested. Gene editing is like a thing you gotta like do as time goes on. Do you think Cybersmith got his genes edited at birth? I think Cybersmith wishes that he did, given their current appearance. Again, I'm not a very attractive person. But, like, if you look like Peter Griffin stepped out of a steampunk world, and you're... and you're committed to that, I guess that's the bit. Is he that ugly? When I've said that, it's, like, true. He like, posted a picture of himself. You can just type in Cybersmith face, and it will show up. Rachel was not kidding when she was like, his beard goes down to his double chin, but then is shaved particularly. Like, the guy has a handlebar, fucking, what do you call them? Handlebar sideburns. And it's just very fat in the face. Like, I'm very fat, but my face isn't that fat. But that guy's round, man. It's almost impressive. Like, again, I don't want to be mocking. It's just, like, it's really unfortunate. Like, just a full beard would have been a better decision. But no, they had to go and pull out the fact that they look like they search things on the TARDIS wiki. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Yep. Oh. Oh my god, Noid. I wasn't kidding. He's an interesting looking man. You know what the worst part is? When you see somebody who's like really fat and you're like, I can tell they wouldn't be as weird looking if they weren't. Because if you're like me, you put most of your weight on in your gut or like your thigh. But like some people, it just is the face. And that's just truly unfortunate for that man. It was all in the face. And even I have a pretty fat face at this point. He's just so fat. It's a lot more than you think. Part of me is kind of like, I would love to have an actual real discussion with Cybersmith, because I just gotta know, like, how do you even get there? Like, with weird paraphilias, how do you even get to that point? What are you exposed to where you think about that? Surprisingly woke for looking like a British conservative. I mean, I don't know if I'd say the guy who wants to create like a class of indentured body mutilated servants is woke, but it's certainly a direction that is progressive in some respects to a goal. Having a human pet is woke? Is it? Is that not just slavery with extra steps? Like... Like, I feel like he's one step away from, like, Nero mutilating their partner's genitalia. Was it Nero or was it one of the other emperors? I forget which one it was, but there was one emperor who wanted to marry their gay lover, but the empire was like, you have to marry a woman. And so his response to that was to castrate his lover and then make them dress like a woman. So, like, again, we've returned to the forcibly transing people thing. Gonna be honest, if my lover was, like, the emperor and was like, I have to cut off your dick and balls so we can get married, I'd be like, nah. I think you just find a wife. This is Rome. You don't need to stop sleeping with men. Would you not get castrated like a dog? No. No, no, no. Why are you still streaming? Because I'm beating this boss and then I'm ending. I said one more run. I'm committed. We are back on human pet guy because it's the topic that just keeps giving. Like, it can go anywhere. It's so versatile. It's gonna be weird when this ends. How much we get? Yeah, you know what? I'll take it. We're not doing crazy numbers like we did last time, but this build is interesting. If I can't talk to Noid about fetishes, then what is Twitch even about? Isn't that like 30% of streamers? Like, NL occasionally gets into it. I know Shen gets into that shit all the time. Fucking... Like, every VTuber woman is like the most degenerate or the most innocent person on the planet. No in between. I still think that my philosophy of we need to introduce the incels to the VTubers, so that way they can learn that there are women like them out there. It needs to happen. Like, so often I hear about a VTuber who is like a degenerate NEET who lives in her room and like showers like once a week and just plays WoW or 14 or like what other games you could think of, and like is just a complete loser. And I'm like, you need to introduce the incels to these people, man, because like the incels all love anime. They want women that are on like their level. Like maybe it will help bridge a gap, you know? Maybe they will no longer be involuntarily celibate. Maybe they'll be voluntarily celibate as they try to preserve themselves for their VTuber. Or some shit. I don't know. I'm just trying to get them to not be as weird on the internet, but I think it would just make them weirder. But at least they'd be like interesting. If nothing else, maybe one or two of them might actually hook up with somebody. One of these has to hit the reset, right? No? Dude, how? What the fuck? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Stop shooting me? Speaking of involuntarily celibate, I remember one of the first hentai things I ran into on the internet was a manga about how a guy couldn't, like, come, or else the world would end because one of his balls was possessed by the devil. And sometimes I still think about that series, and I wonder whatever happened. Because, like, he couldn't have, like, come, right? Because, like, that would just be the end of the world. So, like, did it just remain some, like, blue balling series for the rest of the run? Or, like, what happened there? That's a hell of a premise. Listen, back in the day, hentai manga had plot. Like, do you know Cirrus Victoria from Helsing and Alucard? What if I told you that the first appearance of Alucard and the police girl uniform of Cirrus was in a hentai manga where it's about how a vampire guy is raising the dead and doing all this vampire shit, and then rape. That's it. And then Alucard kills him. Why is hentai manga even about fucking usually, except for that one? I mean, it probably had, like, some fucking in it. I don't remember. We win. Alright. Just before I end stream, let's go incognito mode. Hentai manga about devil in guy's balls. It's just called My Balls? It's called Oretama in Japanese. In English, it's just called My Balls. And the top quote on TV tropes is, "No trying to be cool while you're stroking your dick." Incredible. I trained to master the Qigong, but in the process, my body had to be shredded to such an extent that my balls disappeared. All right. I had my limbs cut off by a 1700s British conservative. Listen, I've seen too much hentai of people without arms and legs, man. It's just weird. We should read hentai on stream. We could probably do that as like a joke thing. We just could not show any of it. But the problem is we'd have to pull for really funny shit. And so we'd have to actually go looking is the problem. Like, no, Neo, you don't understand. You get some really fucking good quotes out of hentai sometimes. Like, hold on. There is one where it is a thing about like a succubus demon person, right? And so like they turn into a cat, and then the guy grabs his belt and he goes, "A cat is fine too." And that's why when Shepard and I stream, sometimes he goes, "A cat is fine too." There's one there is one that I remember that is from like a really poorly animated hentai video where it's just a horse, like, man monster demon that's looking at the camera just being like, "Your resistance only makes my penis harder." There is the one where somebody translated the entire manga into Australian slang. That one's fucking great. Where is that one? I can find that one. Yeah, there it is. Fucking after me after me mum carked it a couple years back, me old man got together with this Kasumi bitch. So now she's me stepmom. Only problem is, me old man up and died less than a year later. I ain't got any brothers or nothing. So fucking Australian translated Japanese stepmom porn. Another one that just says, me gash is just flowing like Queensland floods. I could drown a wombat in me knickers. Like, we need to find a thread of just these and read those. Mate, how about I give you a gobby, eh? Fuck, I think I read this one. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's it, folks. We're done. We're not getting any crazier than Australian translated hentai manga. Pack it in.